Recording in progress.
A very good morning to all of you. Professor Jayantala Ratnasekara, Vice Chancellor of Uvelas University of Sri Lanka, Honorable Resource Persons, Professor Manjula P.S. Magamage, Chairman, National Livestock Development Board Sri Lanka, Professor Janak K. Vidanarachi, Department of Animal Science, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka.
Nishani, කිව්වද 5 minutes ඉඳලා
නෑ පටගමු. මේකේ Facebook එකේ ටිකට හිස් තියෙනවනේ. ඔය පටන් ගත්තා. කොහොමද මෙයා
අපේ animation student කෙනෙක්
A very good morning to all of you. Professor Jayantala Ratnasekara, Vice Chancellor of Uvelas University of Sri Lanka, Honorable Resource Persons, Professor Manjula P.S. Magamage, Chairman, National Livestock Development Board, Sri Lanka, Professor Janak K. Vidanarajji, Department of Animal Science, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka,
Dr. Senakaranadira, Senior Lecturer, Faculty of Veterinary and Agricultural Sciences, the University of Melbourne, Australia, Mr. Saman Pereira, Head, Local Dairy Development, Fonterra Brands, Lanka, and Dr. Arimish Tharangani, Senior Lecturer, Department of Animal Science, Uvalasa University of Sri Lanka.
Professor Saman Herath, Dean, Faculty of Animal Science and Export Agriculture, respected Deans of the Associate Faculties of Uvalasa University, Dr. Deshani Mudannayaka, Head, Department of Animal Science, respected Department Heads of Uvalasa University, Directors of the Centers,
Mr. Nuanlianage, Project Coordinator, also Head DP of the Department of Animal Science, professors, senior lecturers, and all members of the academic staff, graduates and undergraduates from fellow state universities,
dairy experts, industrial leaders, NGOs, policymakers, UW alumni, dairy entrepreneurs, committee members, graduates, and undergraduates of Uvalasa University who are present here with us today. It's a pleasure to welcome you all into Dairy Forum 2021.
Given the present conditions, the Department of Animal Science had taken tentative measures in hosting this annual event in a virtual format for the first time to ensure the health and safety of all beneficiaries of the event and to adhere to the national health guidelines imposed by state law.
The forum is therefore conducted via Zoom and will also be streamed live on the official YouTube channel and Facebook page of the Animal Science Society. All queries posed through Zoom, Facebook, and YouTube regarding matters taken into review will be addressed during the panel discussion. We would most kindly appreciate it if all participants could contribute to the quality of the program by muting yourself when not sharing and preventing any interference during the day's proceedings.
The dairy sector of Sri Lanka has been subjected to a continuous list of global challenges, including climatic change, economic crisis, and currently, the various direct and indirect impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. The recognition of the need to establish a platform that facilitates and increases the level of engagement and communication in between all stakeholders of the dairy community had led Uvalasa University to give way to Dairy Forum 2021.
The forum will hence be conducted under the theme Challenges in the Dairy Industry, Impact, Resilience, and Adaptation for Global Challenges. It is organized by the Department of Animal Science in collaboration with ELTA as a head TP of Department of Animal Science and the Animal Science Society. The principal aim of the forum will be to address challenges faced by the dairy industry by establishing a direct communication channel with academics, industry, and policymakers for sustaining the growth of the dairy sector in Sri Lanka and to innovate new initiatives.
Dairy experts, industrial leaders, NGOs, policymakers, research institutes, university students, UW alumni, dairy entrepreneurs, and consumer groups who have graced the event will add to its productivity by sharing their insights and perspectives on the subjects being addressed today.
For the morning of the event, it's with great honor I invite Dr. Deshani Mudannayaka, Head, Department of Animal Science, to welcome the gathering and brief the objectives of the forum on behalf of the organizing committee.
Thank you very much. Yeah, very good morning to all of you. It is my great pleasure to welcome all the participants and distinguished speakers, personalities to the Dairy Forum 2021, which is organized for the first time by the Department of Animal Science, Uvalasa University, with the theme of Challenges in Dairy Industry, Impact, Resilience, and Adaptation for Global Challenges. First of all, I would like to warmly welcome Professor Jayantala Ratnasekara, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Uwelasa University of Sri Lanka, for joining with us to grace this special event. Then, I would like to warmly welcome the most distinguished international institutes for the Dairy Forum 2021. Dr. Senaka Ranadira, Senior Lecturer, Faculty of Veterinary and Agricultural Sciences, the University of Melbourne, Australia. Mr. Saman Chandrajit Pereira, Head, Local Dairy Development, Fonterra Brand Sri Lanka, Private Limited. Professor Manjula Sumit Magamage, National Chairman, Development Board Sri Lanka. Professor Janak Vidana Rachi, Professor in Animal Science, Department of Animal Science, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka. Dr. Himali Tarangani, Senior Lecturer, Department of Animal Science, Uwelasa University of Sri Lanka. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation and joining with us live in this special morning for the Dairy Forum, which is organized by the Department of Animal Science, Uwelasa University. I would warmly welcome Registrar Bursa of the Uwelasa University and Professor Saman Herath, Dean, Faculty of Animal Science and Export Agriculture, Uwelasa University. All the deans of the faculties, heads of the departments, directors of the centers, professors, senior lecturers, all academic and non-academic members. In this special morning, I would also like to very warmly welcome the dairy stakeholders joined with us representing the private, public, and non-government organizations, and my dear undergraduate students. Now, I would like to give a brief introductory note to the Dairy Forum. In simple terms, dairy is a business enterprise established for harvesting and processing of animal milk for human consumption. The dairy business has high potential to contribute Sri Lanka's economic development. At a glance, Sri Lanka is a tropical country that has year-round rainfalls and plenty of water resources and lush green grasses, which growing almost many parts of the country, which would potentially make a wonderful hub for the dairying or dairy industry. These inherent resources of the country shouldn't go unnoticed, specifically with regard to the dairy sector. However, over the years, the country have been experiencing many challenges which hinder the growth of the dairy industry. Low profitability of the dairy business, low productivity of the cows, less availability of the suitable breeds, poor farm mechanization, cow health related implications, as well as climatic changes are the key challenges faced by the Sri Lankan dairy farmers. Owing to these, Sri Lanka still domestically produces only 40% of the country's annual milk requirements. The people have therefore lost the opportunity to consume milk in its most nutritious liquid form. On top of all those, today we are battling with the COVID-19 pandemic and related economic crises, which may have also impacted the dairy industry. Therefore, the key objective of this Dairy Forum 2021 is to address the challenges facing the dairy industry that are impeding the potential growth and foresee the ways of building up resilience and adaptation to these challenges. So we have created a direct community
Yes, we apologize for the small technical issue that we faced right now. So, until then, I hope we could go further with the day's agenda.
ෂෝ එක වගේ ඊළඟ සෙෂන් එක.
Once again, I invite Dr. Deshani Mugannaika, Head, Department of Animal Science, to brief the objectives of the forum on behalf of the organizing committee.
To brief the objective, the key objective of the Dairy Forum 2021 is to address challenges facing the dairy industry that are impeding the potential growth and foresee ways of building up resilience and adaptation to these challenges. So we have created a direct communication with the industries, academics, and institutions, as well as policymakers for enduring the growth of dairy sector in Sri Lanka. I believe this would be an inspiring knowledge sharing session for all the dairy community and the stakeholders with your valued contribution. Have a pleasant morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. Now, I would like to invite the Dean, Faculty of Animal Science and Export Agriculture, Professor Saman Herat, to share his most valued thoughts with us.
Good morning, everybody. Vice Chancellor, invitees, guest speakers, dear colleagues, and my dear students. First of all, I would like to add my best wishes to the Dairy Forum 2021, which is organized by the Department of Animal Science and also the Animal Science. And also, I take this opportunity to welcome you all on behalf of the Faculty of Animal Science and Export Agriculture of the university. As a faculty of Animal Science has two departments. One is Animal Science, the Department of Animal Science. The second one is the Department of Export Agriculture. And we offer 5 degree programs. Under the Department of Animal Science, we run 2 degree programs, Bachelor of Science Honors in Animal Production and Food Technology, and also Bachelor of Science Honors in Aquatic Resources Technology. Being in the vision of the university, as a faculty, we expect to excel in teaching and research activities. And also, we promote the outreach activities of the undergraduates, postgraduates, and also the extramural levels of all sort of students attached to the Faculty of Animal Science and Export Agriculture, emphasizing the value addition to the local or the national and allied resources through scientific and emerging technological approaches. Our ultimate objective is to produce graduates, of course, who could make a significant contribution to the national economy. In that journey, faculty expects to provide many opportunities for our graduates or our students to expose their discipline of study, in depth improving the knowledge and also the skills and also the attitudes, positive attitudes. I hope Dairy Forum 2021 will be one of the such events which makes a platform for discuss current status, issues, trends, and also the potentials, etc., related to the dairy industry of the country in comparison to the world dairy industry. I'm not going to give any technical elaborations here because there are 5 invited keynote speakers or guest speakers to deliver and share their thoughts and values in this great occasion. Finally, while wishing the success of the Dairy Forum 2021, I would like to appreciate the all contributors of this great event led by the head of the department, Dr. Deshani Budannayaka, and also Dr. Nishani Abesinghe, who is the coordinator of this event, and also all my colleagues and the members of the Animal Science Society. Thank you very much for providing me this opportunity to share my thoughts, and I wish you all the best and wish the success of the Dairy Forum 2021. Have a nice day and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We feel honored to have with us the Vice Chancellor of Uvelasa University, Professor Jayanthala Ratnasekara. Sir, you are an idol of knowledge and experience and an inspiration to all of us. I'm humbled to invite you to oblige us with a few words.
Very good morning to all of you, the deans of faculties, heads of departments, and especially the keynote speakers, the resource persons, and the other stakeholders, the students, all those who are joining us on as online. Of course, the Department of Animal Science has been organizing the Dairy Forum on an annual basis, but this year it has some other special feature, which is that we are organizing this year Dairy Forum as a virtual event. The COVID-19 global pandemic has adversely affected all the sectors of in the society, in the life, and the dairy sector is not an exception. So it is in that context I see today's Dairy Forums, the significance and importance of today's Dairy Forum. Because all we have to do is that see the possibilities, see the way forward in all the sectors in the post-COVID era, and how we call it is under the new normal conditions. I hope that today's Dairy Forum will provide an opportunity to discuss the way forward for the sector in the new normal conditions. I wish you all the best and a productive Dairy Forum today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. It is with deference I invite Dr. Deshani Budannayaka to chair the forum and steer ahead the day's proceedings.
Okay, thank you, Pranisha. And with that, I would like to invite the guest speakers. First of all, the first speaker today at the Dairy Forum will be Dr. Senaka Ranadira. Yeah, Dr. Senaka Ranadira, thank you. Yeah. Dr. Senaka Ranadira is a senior lecturer at School of Agriculture and Food, Faculty of Veterinary and Agricultural Sciences, the University of Melbourne, Australia. His research interests focus on probiotics and prebiotic food applications. He holds a Bachelor of Science Honours in Agriculture and Master's degree from the University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka. He pursued his PhD in the field of food science from the University of Newcastle, Australia. His Scopus H index is 21, and currently he supervises 6 PhD students and 1 master's by research student. He was an early career research fellow at Victoria University of Australia before joining the University of Melbourne in year 2017. Dr. Senaka currently teaches a number of subjects and is also the coordinator for the Honours Degree Program at the Faculty of Veterinary and Agricultural Sciences, the University of Melbourne, Australia. Along with his research, Dr. Senaka is passionate about science communications. Today, Dr. Senaka Ranadira will be talking about the recent advances and trends in dairy processing industry. Thank you very much. And over to you, Dr. Senaka. Thanks.
Thanks, Deshani, for the nice introduction. It's very nice. Thank you. Vice Chancellor and all the distinguished guests, students, and all the stakeholders. Very good morning to you all back home in Sri Lanka. It is, although nearly 2 p.m. here at Melbourne. I would like to thank you, the Animal Science Society, and also the OLS University, and also Deshani and Ishani for providing me this opportunity to come over and have a little talk. So thank you so much for having me in this forum. Also, a big thank you for one of my great inspiration, Janak sir, is also in the forum, so I'm very humble and honored to represent the forum with one of my teachers in here as well. All right, I think I'm going to share my screen with you all. Can you see my screen now? Yes, great, thank you. I'm going to go for presentation mode. All right, everyone. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about recent advances and trends in dairy processing industry towards the global picture. I'll be briefly talking about an overview to the global dairy food processing industry, very, very briefly. Then, you know, there are endless opportunities, trends, and also new opportunities in the dairy industry. So I'll be talking only a few of them today, basically focusing on fluid milk, dairy probiotics, and also I'll be touch very briefly cell-based milk, or sometimes which we call green milk as well. Dairy is not a new thing for us. We have been consuming, you know, dairy for many thousands of years, and some of the evidences dates back even 6,000 years. As you can see in here, this is one of the mummies found in China 400 years ago, 4,000 years ago, and what they found with this mummy was some cheese crumbles around the neck of this mummy. So it's a great evidence that supports the hypothesis that we have been consuming dairy and dairy product for many thousands of years throughout the human evolution. Although it is not very appealing photo in here, but it is something that we need to understand at the beginning of this forum, I think. Global dairy industry outlook is very positive with a lot of innovation and also market growth and billions of money is involved in the global dairy industry as well. I have some statistics for you. In 2020, the dairy market reached a value of US dollars 827 billion, and it is projected to grow up to more than 1,000 US dollars, 1,000 billions US dollars by 2024. One of the important aspects in here is Asia Pacific is going to be the largest market. So we all are being in the Asia Pacific region. So we all have a role to play next few years with the dairy industry. There are many companies, there are many industries involved in dairy at the global level, dairy processing at the global level, but some of them are quite familiar for us as well. For example, Fonterra and Nestle. So they are going to be the further leaders in this area next few years as well. As you may have known, India is the world's largest milk producer, but they almost use all of their milk production for their domestic consumption. Other than India, Europe, US, New Zealand, and Australia are among the top dairy producers in the world, and they direct the global dairy trade as well. As I mentioned earlier, global demand is growing, continuously growing for this particular industry. Many reasons, including population growth. We already reached 7.6 billion world population in the world, and it is going to be much more in next coming years. Rising incomes, especially like countries, countries like China and India, is also contributing to this growing demand in dairy processing industry. Urbanization, westernization of diets, and also another important category is health-conscious consumers. These days, consumers are not going to sit around. They are looking for more healthy products. They wanted to feed more healthy products for their youngsters. Likewise, all these reasons contribute to greater demand in the global dairy industry. There are major segments. As some of these are, these segments and subsegments are quite familiar for us, starting with fluid milk, UHT, flavored cream, butter, ghee, yogurt, ice cream, you name it, everything is there. And also the dairy ingredients is also play a very significant role in the business as well. However, fluid milk is currently represent one of the most popular product type and also holding the majority of the total market share around the world. When we talk about fluid milk, in countries like Australia and also many Western countries, there's an increasing demand for raw, fresh cow milk, which is quite unacceptable in terms of food safety. But this is a trend all around the world. People believe that consumption of raw cow's milk, which is also called bath milk, can enhance the health aspects of individuals. But as someone who teach food safety, I'm totally against with this concept, and consumption of raw cow's milk is not acceptable, and it can cause serious food safety issues. For example, various food safety pathogenic microorganisms, including Campylobacter, Listeria, Salmonella, different type of pathogenic E. coli can be present in raw cow's milk, and that is why pasteurization and sterilization or long life milk is recommended. This incident happened in 2014 here at Melbourne. One of the toddler died, and also a few children were hospitalized after consumption of raw cow's milk. So at the moment, in Australia, selling raw cow's milk is prohibited. It is not allowed, but people always find ways all around the world to, find what they want, and it can cause problems, especially in terms of food safety. Dairy food safety is an area that we need to consider very significantly and also very closely, because this can cause serious problems all around the world, and economically, and also in terms of health, and also death as well. One example from here, as per the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in United States, they estimate that each year 48 million people get sick all around the world from foodborne illnesses. And dairy is contributing quite significantly, because dairy is a major food product in many diets around the world as well. So because of that, this trend and also opportunities, we need to consider food safety aspects of dairy food as well. In terms of this fluid milk production, A2, I'm not sure if A2 is available in Sri Lanka at the moment. Is it available, Deshani? A2.
I don't think we do have.
Okay, yeah. It's quite a big trend in here, and also New Zealand as well. It is, the sort of a variation in milk protein, especially the casein. The primary group of milk proteins, as we know, are the casein, and A2 and A1 are the two primary types of beta casein. We know there are different types of beta casein, alpha, beta, and kappa. And this variation in the beta casein, A1, A2, is created an opportunity and in the dairy industry, especially in terms of the fluid milk production and processing. These are very simply, the genetic variants of one another that usually define the structure by one amino acid, basically in the 67th position in the amino acid in the chain. A1 has histidine and A2 has proline amino acid. So this is the only difference, but this difference created a unique opportunity and trend in the global fluid milk production and processing. Usually these A2 and A1, both types of caseins are expressed in cows, especially in the European breeds, but not much in the Indian breeds. But what this particular company, A2 company, which was established in year 2000 in New Zealand, they formed to commercialize the A2 protein in a brand of milk in New Zealand, and also it is available in Australia, and I know some other parts of the world, especially in the Western world. And they patented on the genetic methods for identifying cows who produce A2 milk. And they support the marketing of A2 milk with some health claims. It is quite expensive compared to normal fresh milk. But for me, the evidences that they support at the moment are not sufficient, and we need to do much more research in the future in order to identify if this A2 fluid milk is providing some additional benefits for us. Other thing, when we talk about these ingredients, especially with casein and whey protein, I'm pretty sure these students are quite familiar with whey protein, especially if you are, interested in sports nutrition, and also they play a significant role in personalized nutrition as well. We recently produced this review article, which all of you can download from the Trends in Food Science and Technology, which shows the trend in utilizing this casein in particular as the medium of delivering targeted delivery of sensitive food ingredients and bioactives. It's because there's an opportunity to change the structure, molecular structure of casein micelle, use certain processing conditions. For example, pH changes can disassemble the casein micelle, and also can allow to putting certain sensitive and important food ingredients and also bioactives inside these casein micelle and reassemble. So these sort of trends are also happening at the moment all around the world. Next, I would like to talk a little bit more about probiotic dairy products. This is something very close to my heart as well. because this is my specialty as well. Again, there's a big growing market trend for probiotic, particular dairy food products, especially in the Asia Pacific region. Again, creating many opportunities for countries like Australia, New Zealand, Sri Lanka, India, and other countries who are involved in dairy business, dairy industry in this particular region. One of the important aspects in here is probiotic dairy products are the forefronts of the probiotic delivery, especially fermented dairy foods. You might heard about this guy, one of the great scientists, which appear in my slide here, Elie Machinov is the father of probiotics. He proposed the concept of probiotics pretty much 110 years ago in his book, Prolongation of Life, because he observed the longevity or expansion of life of some Bulgarian people who regularly consume fermented milk. Then he started researching those aspects and sort of, came up with this concept probiotics as it is known today. So when it comes to probiotic dairy food, I would like to provide quick definition for probiotics first. There are many definitions, but most of the acceptable definitions highlight that probiotics are live microorganisms. They need to be alive at the time of consumption, because otherwise they cannot bring any of the health benefits that they provide for the host animal. The other important thing, consumption of adequate amounts. Sufficient amount should be there at the time of consumption. Otherwise, you won't be able to reach or harness the benefits of these probiotics. That is why dairy food is going to play a significant role, because through our research, which I'm going to talk, I'm going to show some of the results of our own experiments in a moment. They support growth and survival of probiotics compared to any other non-dairy food products around the world. Yeah, this is again like another updated definition, but it's the same thing that we discussed earlier. I mentioned that minimum amount need to be consumption if you want to reach the maximum benefits of probiotic microorganisms. This minimum amount is at least 1 million of viable probiotic bacteria, or the microorganisms, per gram or milliliter of carrier food products. As you can see in here, it can be yogurt or fermented milk, but at least 1 million live microorganisms should be there. Why? It is because this probiotic delivery is challenging even through dairy, because these microorganisms are very sensitive. They are not robust microorganisms. They can be easily destroyed during the processing, transportation, and storage as well. There are many environmental factors that affect on the probiotic conditions and the livability, and also the gastric environment. This is one of the area that I particularly interested in researching, the acid and bile tolerance, or the tolerance to the acidic upper gastrointestinal environment, and also small intestine area with bile salt is detrimental for most of the microorganisms. To obtain the beneficial effects of probiotics, these microorganisms should pass through these harsh conditions, and they should sort of colonize in our colon or the large intestine area. Otherwise, they won't be able to bring any health benefits for the consumers. That's why dairy is playing a big role in here, positive role in here, because dairy food can protect probiotic microorganisms throughout the journey from mouth to the large intestine or the colon area. So it's provide an opportunity for the dairy industry to utilize this specific market segment as well. Also, probiotics is a part of gut microbiome. I'm pretty sure most of you guys are aware of the gut microbiome. These are thousands, trillions, and billions of microorganisms who are living in our digestive system and providing health benefits, controlling our health, our mood, and many other aspects of host animal. It is scientifically proven factor, and many research evidences suggest that probiotic microorganisms who can transfer, who can deliver to the dairy food can survive much better in the gut microbiome system, especially in your colon area. We know the upper part of the digestive system is very high acidic in nature, or even though the lower part, especially small intestine, is having a good sort of a optimum pH, but the bile salt present in this area is detrimental for these pathogenic, microorganisms, these beneficial microorganisms. That's why we need to harness benefits of probiotic microorganisms through dairy research. We have been conducting dairy research since 2010, actually, quite a long time. One thing we observe throughout our research program is they survive much better in dairy food compared to non-dairy products. Their viability can be strain specific, especially food substrate specific. And as I mentioned earlier, dairy is an excellent area for the probiotic delivery, and it provides an opportunity for the global dairy industry to produce more probiotic enriched dairy products for the demanding market. Another area that we look in our research program is in vitro techniques. Using in vitro techniques, we provide simulated conditions for the gastric environment, small intestinal environment, and also colon area as well. So some of the results are summarized in here. In here, we use a different type of probiotic microorganisms, for example, Acidophilus, Bifidobacterium BB12, and also measure the harsh gastric environmental condition, different time period. And as you can see in here, in the under the Lactobacillus acidophilus, in ice cream, IC is ice cream, PY is plain yogurt, and FY is fruit yogurt. So certain type of dairy food products, for example, ice cream, can provide much beneficial effect towards the maintaining the livability of probiotics throughout the system. We observe pretty similar results, similar observation in terms of the survival in the small intestine as well. So what I am providing some evidence in here, because we can use these evidences to support the growing demand in this dairy industry as well. We do work on the probiotic adhesion into the gastrointestinal system, especially using in vitro techniques and also immune modulation aspects as well. All our results so far concluded that dairy can be an excellent carrier for these beneficial microorganisms, which is providing a great trend for the development of new food product. Very quickly, I just wanted to mention that there's a very big demand in here for encapsulated probiotic products, especially with dairy. Encapsulation allow providing a capsule around the probiotic, just a shield, and it allows the targeted delivery, especially passing through the harsh gastrointestinal condition and shielding these microorganisms and providing the targeted delivery towards the colon. We recently engaged in a research looking at the best processing steps to add probiotics to dairy food, especially the yogurt. after encapsulation, we add this probiotic before and after yogurt fermentation, and we check the bioaccessibility of these probiotic microorganisms after in vitro or simulated gastrointestinal digestion in the colon area after colonic fermentation. What we found was in here is providing these microorganisms in encapsulated form is much more beneficial, as you can see in these graphs. Throughout the storage, doesn't matter whether the product is fresh or kept for storage for about 3 weeks, they provided higher benefits through the encapsulation in terms of bioaccessibility in dairy food products. So these are providing much more opportunity for us to engage in the global dairy industry, because we can convert these results directly into potential dairy product development as well. Very quickly, the last topic is cell-based milk. We know there's a high demand for dairy farming, especially in terms of resources, land, water, and there are ethical issues, especially for the younger generation with animal farming, and also dairy contribute for the greenhouse gases, the environmental climate change and all these things. So there's a big debate on cell-based milk, basically production or harnessing the milk from these systems and creating this milk inside the laboratories in bioreactors. There are some labs around the world who had many success so far, but the product is cell-based product. This milk product is not available in the market for us to buy at the moment. But you might heard that meat, cell-based meat is available, but this Israeli-based company is predicting the biomilk. They are predicting that they can produce some cell-based milk to the market within next 2 years. So this is something, it's going to be very fascinating, and I'm pretty sure there'll be much more research work in this area in next few years as well. Other trends quickly, there's a growing demand for non-bovine milk, non-cow milk, especially goat's milk and sheep milk and camel milk, various benefits. There's large number of literature available in this area as well. And also very big trend, especially in the Western countries, with plant-based milk substitutes, especially coconut milk, soy milk, and oat milk, and things like that. Sometimes it's legally it is challenging to use the term milk. So some of these producers are using milk with Y instead of milk, I in milk to promote these products as well. If anyone is interested to getting to know a bit more about my research area and my work, here are some links. So I'm happy to provide the PDF lecture notes if anyone is interested. Big thank you for my research team, collaborators and students, and thank you so much for the opportunity. And I'm so sorry I won't be able to, because of the time differences, to stay throughout the program, but I'll try to stay as long as possible. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Senaka, thank you very much for the very inspiring. Can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the very inspiring and interesting talk. And I think our undergraduates and everyone learned a lot from your speech. And thank you very much. It's proud to have you representing the University of Melbourne, Australia, with us today. Thanks again. And I would, there are a few questions actually, but we will start the panel discussion at 11:40 in the Sri Lankan time. I hope you can manage to join if your time and your schedule allows. Thank you very much.
Yes. I'll try my best. Thank you.
Thank you, Senaka. Thank you so much. The second presenter. Okay, the second guest speaker today is Dr. Himali Tharangani. So let me brief her profile. Dr. Himali Tharangani is currently serving as a senior lecturer attached to the Department of Animal Science, Faculty of Animal Science and Export Agriculture, Uvalasa University. She earned her BSc degree in Agricultural Technology and Management, having specialized in animal science from University of Peradeniya in year 2010. And she completed her MSc in 2016 while she was extending her service to the Uvalasa University. In year 2020, she completed her PhD in Animal Nutrition and Feed Science from the Graduate School of Chinese Academy of Agricultural Sciences, Beijing, China. Her research and extension interests are applied human nutrition, applied ruminant nutrition, and feed evaluation, specifically understanding and improving forage utilization by dairy cows, forage quality and digestibility, the use of alternative byproducts as feed ingredients, and the development of new indexes for forage and feed evaluation. So it is a pleasure to have you here today. And today, Dr. Himali will deliver her talk on recent advances and trends in dairy farming. Over to you, Himali. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. I'm Dr. Himali, attached to the Department of Animal Science, Faculty of Animal Science and Export Agriculture, Uvalasa University. It's my pleasure and an honor to participate in this forum as a resource person and to represent my university. In this forum, themed challenges in the dairy industry, impact, resilience, and adaptation for global challenges, I wish to share my ideas on recent advances and trends for sustainable dairy farming, with special emphasis on these areas: global and local dairy sector facts, dairy sector growth versus sustainability, recent advances and future trends in dairy farming, climate smart dairy farming concept, and finally, climate smart dairy farming models and evidence of success. To begin, this is the world that we are living today, and we are dealing with global scenarios such as population growth, technological development, climate change, less land availability for food production, food security, and recently, the pandemic COVID-19. Can you imagine how the world will look like in 50 years and how to feed the expanding population? So let's see what is the role of dairy sector in the challenging globe. Milk is one of the most produced and valuable agricultural commodities worldwide. It provides essential nutrients more efficiently than other agricultural commodities worldwide. And according to FAO, milk ranked third by production tonnage and was the top agricultural commodity in value terms the world over. And milk contributes 27% of the global value added to livestock and 10% of that of agriculture. And milk is a global as local commodity. It is produced and consumed in basically all world's countries, and most of them, it ranked among the top 5 agricultural commodities. Whole fresh cow milk represents around 82% of the global milk production. And the dairy sector is heterogeneous. Dairy farming is available in a multitude of production systems, such as intensive dairy farming, then market-oriented and subsistence-oriented crop and dairy integrated systems, and also pastoral systems. And dairy animal supports livelihoods and a popular asset in rural areas. Dairy animals are a store of wealth and enhance resilience. Over 1 out of 4 of the farm household worldwide, farmers kept at least one animal, and by far, cows are the most common dairy animal. The dairy sector is growing fast. According to FAO, the world milk production is projected to increase at an average growth rate of 1.8% per annum in the next 10 years due to increase in per capita consumption. With these characteristics, let's see current trends in global and local dairy farming facts. These two graphs shows the change of dairy cow production with the time. By looking at last couple of years, the cow herd numbers did not increase markedly in the world as well as in the Sri Lankan condition. However, according to these two graphs, the total milk production has increased significantly in the globally, and also milk production has increased in local condition too. And the vast majority of the increment of this annual milk production could be explained by milk per cow production. And according to this graph, milk per cow production has increased with the time. And this graph shows the change of average herd size with the time. And most of the top milk producing countries, the herd size become increased with the time. And as you can see in this graph, percentage of small herds decreased while increasing the percentage of small, medium, and large scale herds. Therefore, we can see many farmers have been transformed from subsistence level to the commercial level of production with the time. So it is evident that the milk production has been expanded over the past decade. But the question is whether this trend is sustainable. By definition, the sustainability in dairy farming should address in economic perspective, the environmental perspective, and in social perspective. So, could future dairy industry capable of maximizing profitability while enhancing the environmental quality and natural resource base by satisfying human needs and to enhance quality of life for farmers and the society. The expand in dairy sector contributes to nutritious and healthy diets, but at the same time, it has the impact on climate change, animal welfare, biodiversity, and soil fertility, as well as the water quality and quantity. As you can see in this chart, conversion of forests to agricultural lands for animal feed production leads to carbon dioxide emissions, and also ruminant animals emit methane, and manure storage emit greenhouse gases. Overgrazing can lead to degradation and erosion of large areas of grasslands. Then when livestock rearing and agriculture expand into forestry and other landscapes, they can cause serious loss of biodiversity. And intensive and industrial livestock farming can cause water depletion and pollution through excessive irrigation, pesticide use, and fertilizer leaching from the land. And when we look at it deeper, This is the global estimates of emissions. As you can see, cattle farming is the main contributor to the global emissions, and this feeds and enteric fermentation explains more than 80% of the variability in total production. So by looking at these figures, it is high time to analyze the current status and the way forward sustainable dairy farming. Let's see what are the recent advances and future trends in dairy farming. Urbanization and globalization have driven the modernization of the dairy farms. And by looking at the current trend, it can be projected that the number of dairy farms will decline and herd size will be increased. This is due to the transformation of farms from the subsistence level to the commercial level. However, the total number of dairy cows will drop as production per cow climbed in developing countries. Then greater lateral integration in the dairy farming sector will lead to more specialization in managing cattle of different ages and stages of production. And in addition, dairy farm modernization leads to implementation of sanitation and quality standards to increase quality and volume of milk. Then farms of the future will utilize on-farm and remote sensors, robotics, then and automation to improve the management of herds, comply with regulations, and reduce the farm environment footprint. And facilities available in the farms into the future will be designed and constructed to benefit cows in confinement. Then with respect to total milk production, milk volume, and solid produced per cow will climb. This is due to two reasons. One is the enhancement of genetic potential via improved accuracy of genomic selection for yield and health traits, and also improvements in cow management systems, such as improved housing, improved feeding, animal welfare, and cow comfort. And as per the current trends, it can be concluded, it can be projected that the future cows and herds to have improved health and longevity driven by improvements in genomic selection scheme, and also the production of milk volume, milk solid will be improved. At the same time, milk persistency will be increased. Then the cattle feeding is expected to be improved in order to increase the product quality as well as the quantity, and also to reduce the emissions and nutrient losses to the environment. So more attention will be paid for the improvement of forage quality and quantity that enhance the production as well as the environmental health. Then proper manure management. Proper manure management offers opportunities for reducing methane and nitrous oxide. Therefore, these current trends are focused on more efficient manure management systems, such as coverage of slurry stores, active aeration of stored manure, acidification of slurry, then timing and methods of application to crop and pasture, extraction of biogas, and recycling manure as organic fertilizer. Dairy producers or the farmers worldwide are aware about the sustainability of the dairy sector. But the question is, what is needed to improve the sustainability in the dairy farming chain. In this perspective, a range of practices which come under the heading of climate smart agriculture could enhance the food production, help farmers to become more resilient to climate change, and reduce emissions of greenhouse gases. Let's see the concept of climate smart dairy farming. Climate smart agriculture practices help the world agriculture in keeping aim to meet out future food needs and without further increase in emissions. In the scenario of climate change, adaptation is the first priority. This may involve the use of improved breeds of dairy animals which have the ability to cope up with adverse conditions. And also climate smart dairy farming applied wide range of measures to reduce the livestock sector's climate change footprint. And this includes improving production and feed systems, proper manure management, integrating livestock with crops to reduce waste and improve soil fertility, then better grazing management, changing feed regimes, and improving pasture management. And this slide summarizes main climate smart agricultural strategies available for dominant dairy production systems, for the intensive system, for the grazing system, and for the mixed system. And with respect to intensive system, these are the available practices: improved feed conversion, proper waste management, reducing, or we can reduce the high emission feeds, and we can go for sourcing low emission feeds. Then improving energy use efficiency, then temperature control systems. For the grazing system, we can apply grazing management, then pasture management, animal breeding to improve the animals' ability to withstand or tolerate the harsh conditions in the grazing system. Then herd management, disease control and feeding strategies, and agroforestry practices. And for the mixed system, these are the practices available: crop and grazing land management, then improving feed quality, improved breeds and species, infrastructure adaptation measures, and manure management. These are the available practices. But the most important thing is, when we are implementing the climate smart dairy farming to a specific country or a region, we need to determine the country or region specific priorities. Based on that, we can select the most suitable climate smart dairy farming practices. Okay, this is the concept of this climate smart dairy farming. From my next few slides, you can see the evidences of success by implementing these climate smart dairy farming practices in developing countries. This chart shows the climate smart approaches to smallholder dairy development in East Africa. And these are the main practices they implemented: crop byproduct as an animal feed, then improved manure management, and agroforestry practices. So this graph shows the benefits of climate smart dairy model adoption in Kenya. According to this graph, the income have improved, and also it improved the environmental health and also the food security. Another example, This is benefits of climate smart agriculture adoption in Tanzania. Again, you can see this has improved household food security with more income and improved environmental health. And this is from Central and South America. This is benefits of climate smart agriculture adoption for silvopastoral systems. Again, you can see milk production has been increased and farm income has increased while improving the environmental conditions as well. And finally, this is another example. This is insight from Thailand. By adoption of biodigestion as spatial planning and recovery of nutrient and energy from animal manure. And from that, they improved the farm profits by 10 to 20%. Okay, with all this, it can be concluded that the dairying will meet the challenge of feeding expanding population by exploiting knowledge and technology to develop better dairy cows and more productive and sustainable dairy farms. And in the future, the climate smart dairy farming play a major key role here, but it needs to be put into practice with paid attention on country or region specific priorities. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you all for the attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Himali, for the very comprehensive insights and the interesting talk regarding the sustainable dairy farming with respect to the climatic changes and all that. Thank you very much for the inspiring talk. And our next guest speaker to the Dairy Forum 2021 is Mr. Saman Chandrajit Pereira. Let me brief his profile to this Dairy Forum. Mr. Saman Chandrajit Pereira is the head of the local dairy development and sustainability Fonterra Brands Lanka Private Limited, Sri Lanka at the present. He completed his BSc special degree in chemistry from the University of Colombo in 1996. He pursued his master's degree in industrial chemistry from the University of Peradeniya in year 2001. And he obtained his MBA from the University of Colombo in 2003. His career record accounts for 22 years of professional experience in leading organizations, having participated in numerous high-level corporate training, both in the technical and management frontiers, and exposure visits to several world-class overseas operations in the field of his expertise. He is serving as a visiting lecturer for Master of Science in Applied Organic Chemistry, Department of Chemistry, University of Colombo. And he has also served as a visiting lecturer for Faculty of Science, University of Kelaniya, Sri Lanka. He has won the Presidential Research Bonus for international publication in Natural Chemistry in year 2001. And he has successively won Fonterra Global CEO Innovation Award in year 2013. So, Mr. Pereira, we are proud to have you representing the Fonterra Brands Lanka with us here at the Dairy Forum 2021. Today, he will be delivering his speech on current research needs of the dairy sector in Sri Lanka. Over to you, Mr. Pereira. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me. Upfront, Madam, I'll tell you that all the forum that I develop a small voice issue that I thought it will go away, but you will feel that some hostess. Sorry about that, but I hope I'm clear in my delivery. So let me share my. Let me start the video as well. Yes, and also that let me also. Can I take the control of slide sharing? I can share my screen.
Yes, please give us a minute.
Yes.
I think you can.
Yes.
We can see you.
You can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Yes, thank you. Okay. So thank you for the introduction. What I do is friends, ladies and gentlemen, doctors, all. What I do is now already I have heard the research directions from cell biology to sustainability in that angle. So I thought of taking that my area in that it's mostly in interaction with farmers, commercial aspects of milk collection operations and market. So I thought of sharing my thoughts. This is not necessarily Fonterra views because I come with other industry experience. My background is also slightly different to this one. So then I thought I will bring in some ideas for discussion that how the research and such area will contribute to our dairy industry, especially because our challenges are right now is that we want more milk. We want sustainability of the livelihood of farmers, and then we want quality milk for processing. Then also we need to 420 million or so milk or 450 million of milk to be able to process into increased value-based products, so we can maximize returns on whatever we produce. So I, as a start point, I thought of taking up this value chain. It's very popular and well known, this value chain approach. In the value chain, what we do is that we all want to improve the benefits, the efficiencies, the milk production to profitability, quality, and all that. And on the other hand, we want greenhouse gas emissions to social aspects and other things to be reduced, the negative aspects to be reduced. So in that context, when you talk about taking that into the milk production increases and how we can take up the dairy to higher level here in Sri Lanka, my focus is that come to our top of mind is that we need capital, we need investments, we need biological assets, good animal. We need expertise, HR resources, farmer training and development to take up these new challenges in the more resilient and that way. But that is very critical. And also I have realized that there is one more area equally critical or equally important, I would say. I can't say it's critical, but it's equally important. Because this is, we are talking about, we know all here that this we are talking about interactions, animal with people, animal with environment, sun, land, soil, and all and multiple stakeholders, from commercial companies to farmers to veterinary surgeons to technicians to all traders to markets, all that entails a lot of interactions. So it becomes a complex system. So therefore, it is equally important that we understand more about these complex relationships, how they affect each other for us to plan and project our next steps. So that I take it as a kind of an entry point for my discussion. Now, research need not discussion here because all this, says you are all expertise, madams, in that. So I thought, and also the students are here, that we need creation of knowledge. and we creation of information. So that can be used in the industry, either for problem solving or to plan next steps, or to understand the situation better. So I thought that is very critical in our industry, because we are gearing to grow, we are planning to grow, we aspire to grow, so that with the capital and other investments, it is also very critical that we take up the understanding of the other area as well. So if I am to select, I thought the areas to talk about, or it's not priority, it's certainly not priority areas for research. This is come to with my commercial experience and my experience in working in other areas other than dairy, is that I would thought these 5 areas would be very important to us to engage in research. We are already engaging in research, but I'm talking about enhancing and taking up further. So, for example, on farm, we cannot escape, whether it is Sri Lanka, whether it is New Zealand, whether it is Canada, whether it is India. These on-farm challenges, the feed challenges, the herd development, all these challenges will remain as long as we do dairy. So that is ongoing, but we cannot take our eyes away from that. Then milk quality. Then I thought for Sri Lankan context, our environment, we need to focus on milk quality, because already Dr. Senaka mentioned about that, some theoretical aspects and behavior aspects, because consumers here as well will soon wanting to know how the milk is produced, how the farm conditions, how milk is tested or screened, and what is the hygienic standards. All, I think, in the time to come, consumers may want to know. On top of that, the processability. Now, this processability, we are increasing into UHT production. We are increasing into other products like cheese and value products, so that require high quality milk. I am here again. I have some biasness, because our country production 80% is coming from smallholder farmers. So we know that our large farms, they have their own farm chilling and all facilities. So, but 80%, I'm somewhat biased here for this 80% intake in this area. So then I thought also, apart from this technical and scientific side, our industry also require research into innovation and attitude, because of 2 reasons. Because in dairy, there may be solutions in some other country, some other area, but it is very difficult because of the dynamic nature I envisaged, that it is very difficult to directly apply certain solutions on local context, so that there's no universal solution. So we need to be able to innovate, and also we need to be engage in innovation, and the mindset has also to be towards that if we are to develop this industry. I'm not talking not only farmers, but all engage in this entire industry. So I say that there is a need for research in that area. Then milk market and products, already Dr. Senaka touched upon that, but I will take up a couple of other examples relevant to our context on milk market and that behavior. Then on the last, I thought also it is equally important to take up research on existing research. Sometimes we say that in technically we call replication studies. Now, there are a lot of research already done in dairy area, even if we take a smallholder dairy, or even in other areas like in India, like in Kenya, already mentioned, Nigeria, to so the American side, Chile, Brazil, and those countries, Indonesia, lot of similar markets, similar challenges. Markets and similar challenges, they have taken up a lot of research, and Sri Lanka as well. So that there is a need, I thought, that take up replication studies to screen and select what is more valuable, more valid, more relevant, and test it here, or pick up from a point and continue to our benefit. Because we continue to, while we continue to generate knowledge and information through research, it is very important that we give a boost certain practices. It could be a management practice, it could be a animal behavior matter, it could be something related to feed, so that we take that studies and try it here, do research. I'm not sure whether undergraduates in the exam it's allowed, but I think apart from that, all can engage in, it's a welcome thing, I thought, engage in that part. Then what I do is, again, looking at the students' future prospects of research, I'm taking up some small examples to share how I think of this research need. This is not the approach. This is what I see could benefit the industry. This has to be decided by panels of experts and all. But my view coming from industry as to what kind of things would matter to our industry. Now, for example, I take one example on fodder. And you can do all sort of research on new fodder to hybrid and getting new fodder varieties and preparation method, all sort of that. But that is all has to be done. But also it is important in the industry wise, I'm talking of local farmers and all, to understand certain impediments, certain roadblocks using those practices on ground. For example, a lot of research has been done, a lot of publications are there, even PDVDia and all sort of say that Giricidia is a very, for example, I'm only telling not to say that we have to do research on Giricidia, but to highlight an issue with, in practice, that Giricidia is a very good protein source for cattle. But in our experience, in my experience, I've seen hundreds of farms, that only a few number of farmers use this. So that, so why it is happening? Why farmers are not using it? Is it because they have certain beliefs? We know that experts have certain beliefs on that because of these reasons, or else that they don't know. So this will give us the insight in planning our intervention. If that is there's no logic in that substance in that, to how to implement that on ground. The research will throw a light on the prevalence rate to good practices, if at all any, and that research will throw ground. Because this research pieces, the information and knowledge pieces we produced at undergraduate to higher level will going to be beneficial to industry. It could be sometimes make a difference to local area, but sometimes to the regional, sometimes to the provincial, but national level. And even if that information and knowledge piece is such critical and valid, it will make a global impact as well. So there is a lot of value in whatever the level, the new knowledge and information found for the benefit of industry. The other example is, I take one example of calf rearing. Now this calf rearing is an issue here. We are all not happy about how calves are reared or grown in farms. Usually not feed to the optimum levels, the growth rates are not sufficient. So this is known. A lot of interventions has also been done at department level and programs and all. But also we need to understand, if we are talking about the future and we need a good herd to future milk production, we certainly need to engage in this better calf management. But we all know that. But why it is not happening to our expectation, it's worth investigating. Is it due to farmers don't know about profit and the investment and return principles, or that they don't know how they are going to benefit from that, or else that whether they have a short-term view against a long-term view? Because in dairy, the gestation is high. Sometimes you don't see the difference very quickly. You have to wait for years to see a difference. So that whether, so all this, we have speculation. I have my view. Some may have some other view as to why, because there's a problem. Why farmers, wherever we go, say that we want good heifers, sometimes pregnant heifers, and they are ready to pay 100,000, 150,000 to buy one, right? But whether they invest part of it, that money, into their the newborn calves, is we need to be, I think we need to research on those areas, on the behavioral and operational side of as to why farmers are not engaging to our expectation, at least to some percentage higher. So similarly, the biogas as well. So that's on farm. I thought of taking that implementation and success of implementation. We need to be researched to establish the facts, true facts. For example, AI also. I'm not going to spend time on that AI, but wherever again we go, farmers and people say that no problem with AI, not successful. Actually, what is our success rate? If there are any difference to province, or that on the factual level, on the information level, but also what can we do, is all worth a lot of opportunity for investigation, so that information and knowledge can be used by policymakers to take right decisions. Now, come to milk quality. The reasons I explain as to why the milk quality is going to be important. And we know in smallholder milk collection, one of the challenges is the milk, the high TPC count at the milk chilling center level, because the milk travels along roads, take a lot of time, and come to chilling center. So our studies show that once farmers produced at farm level, if at good condition they produce, it is equally good as any other way. But with the supply chain, these challenges, we have low density and less milk. We have this problem of this time. So I think as we want to increase our quality, some countries, it is not a big issue of large farms and large collection systems, on farm chilling and everything. But 80% of farmers, we have this challenge. And as to how can we address that, I think good amount of research is required to build knowledge here in two things. One thing is on understanding level, how the microbial counts vary. What is the, I'm not advocating that these are the things we do, but I'm suggesting some for our, even for students engaged in their research, that how the microbial counts vary, whether it is vary from area to area, from with the distance, how it varies, at what temperature we say that milk has to be chilled down to 4 degrees, 6 degrees, what would happen, the milk chilled down to at least 15 degrees, what could be the microbial count, what could be the benefit of that. So in one hand, I think that is required. Also, I think it's a welcome thing will be to engage in some applied research on small-scale chilling technologies. Or can we do preserve milk without not the non-conventional but new methods? There has been some research done ongoing in the world that how to do without either thermal or chilling. Can we preserve milk in other means? But it's at research level, whatever the information produced in that area will be very useful. And also in application level, and developing certain technologies, simple technologies would also be very useful. What I have here is that that Promethean, that blue tank is one such thing, how the innovative mind can bring in that this is in India, the Promethean chilling systems. Actually, I have spoken to that person also. He is one Sam, the second name I just can't remember, the Sam, and with the Indian person. He was from Boston, USA, and he was on this 10 years back, he was on a internship program with, I think it was Harvard University and in India. And he observed that in the rural India those days, still that is to some extent there, that milk, the most of the villages, rural villages, have electricity only in couple of hours in a day. So that, but the milk collection and chilling won't fall in with that timing all the time. So that what he has done was, it's same conventional chilling, the chilling tanks and compressors and that unit, but he has incorporated a thermal battery, taking isoelectric liquid that is usually alcohol, and that thermal battery, he store energy in the thermal battery when there is electricity, and then that uses to circulate and chill milk. And this has become a now good business in India, and I've been to their facility as well sometimes back. So that's how this certain our own technology development kind of we can do. Similarly, in milk adulteration, like we have equipment at plant levels, at MCC levels, but there may be a need to check milk on individual level for adulterations to get assurance of milk. But there as well, a lot of things are happening in India, especially developing test kits for various things, quick testing, on the go testing, because milk is collected on the go. So a lot of development. I think we can also join in that and develop certain simple technologies using science, physics, and engineering. Could be colorimetry, could be electrochemical, could be fluorescence based, and with reasonable accuracy, I would say, because anyway milk is screened at high level, but at ground level, even there are equipment to screen at even at 80% accuracy, that should be fine to start with. So I think that is because we will be having this smallholder system for some time, and this need will be there. Then on innovation, as I said, it's innovation is twofold. I see innovation as twofold. One thing is that we need to investigate on, I think, worth taking research as to why the kind of low level of innovation mindset, again, that is my perception, it requires validity through research, certainly, because I have seen working with farmers that usually twofold. I'm talking about the mindset first. We need to identify the performers and drivers. What would be the performance and drivers of this innovation mindset? Because dairy is a lively business and it requires 24 hours, 365-day attention. So it throws, and with the challenges of environment to cost of production to all that the land matters to everything, require constant innovation rolling again and again going on. And there I see, in my perception, that my understanding, bit of limited drive for that. For example, if I visit a farm 3 years back and now I visit that farm after 3 years with my own experience, I would I would not be able to see much difference. If at all, it will be the same. The way he feeds, the way he grows, even the way he gives water, everything is more or less, I'm talking about the 80% of the group, is more or less not thinking. And I don't know, it is due to its attitude, because if we are talking about a vibrant, resilient industry, innovation will be a key characteristic there to drive it, to run with the race, to adapt. So the thinking has no limit. Now, even for example, in this picture show, I selected these pictures and I would take in milk in bikes. that I've seen people come into our centers it tied with a wire and very unsafe way. If he comes in 3 years, he will come in the same 3 years. We don't see certain simple innovation coming into the system. And because there's no limit. Now there's on the sustainability angle, I put this example of news these days on this potty trained cows on the sustainability front. Can the on pasture that the urination is leaching all that into ground, and if you can take cows into one place and for as a kind of a toilet that you can collect all the material and process into valuable item and save in the grassland. So soil. So all this is, I don't know when it will be successful, but that means that there's no limit to this imagination, limit to this experimentation, both using behavioral science and all sort of aspects. So I see there's a big value in doing research onto the research mindset. Is it due to their long-term and short-term view? For example, if I take the stock market, it says that always winners are the those who have in long-term view. I have my personal experience some years back that losing some money, small money though, on kind of gambling. But the advice from the veterans is that long-term view, you get 3 years down, you will be benefited if you invest rightly. Same here in dairy. You need to wait, you need to plan, you need to focus, keep focus on doing that, which I see, that's my perception, that's why I said worth researching. Is it due to that fact that our farmers are not engaging and focusing on these areas, including the industry, not only farmers, that in our discussion with farmers, informal discussions, when you go, the outlook is not that positive. Not sure whether they are proud of what they're doing. Not sure whether they are they're sure of their profession. But the industry dynamics is different. That's why we need research, because the market access, I proposed as market access to be researched on Sri Lanka. It's our experience is that very high compared to any other country. A very high market access. There's nowhere that milk is thrown. Everything, every drop can be sold. So with that outlook, increase in milk prices and all that, that outlook need to be very positive in that. Why it is not there is, I think, that part. Then also the other one is the developing. Our science, technology, and engineering knowledge can be put into come up with what you call the frugal innovation. It will take some time to everything get into high tech and all that, but meantime, get into what you call the developing area of frugal innovation. You do get the effectiveness with the most limited resources. How you can come up with that. So I think it's also for students, it will be a good area to engage and develop prototypes and even one day commercialize. And then one more thing to finish off of that market and product relationships. So I think Dr. Sayanaka explained in the new product area. So there's one more thing in Sri Lankan context, that mostly the association in the milk market association, it is with small producer other than for large farms, small producer and large processor. How this relationship nourishes, what are the critical factors of that relationship, what will influence one over the other, how to retain farmers. We have our views. We have our own theories, but I think this area also require a lot of research to understand the pricing, to other influential factors of onboarding of farmers, exiting farmers for the sustainable supply of milk, because all the processors here mainly depend on smallholders. So that it is very important that even in our case to retain our farmer base with us for a long-term focus, because we need to ensure a consistent quality supply of milk. So that part also require investigation and research. And new products, already mentioned, I think the value and world direction and high level. But in Sri Lankan context, I see that we have opportunity to research on how we can maximize dairy, as well as how we can incorporate certain other, it could be cereals, it could be herbs, it could be our own spices, and that. Then also there's a lot of interest ongoing on this flavor development, natural flavor developments other than artificial flavors. And also I have seen, because of this interest, I checked some search, and actually I found out an interesting article. I can't remember where, it could be somewhere, I think South America, that we talk about this dairy herd, of less productive dairy herd. We have, the productivity is low though, but one research done on, I don't know how successful it was, but on research level, that how you can separately market that segment of milk, and kind of various ways of maximizing our profitability. Organic milk, the organic is coming in big way to even to Sri Lanka, so that all these things, the readiness of our industry to take up that challenges, and what kind of opportunities through research we can throw into the value addition from farm to product to market to, I think we have a lot of area to do, both in the finding information, correct information, as identifying trends and gaps, all that, as well as also to identify means of doing that, which will be interesting to both local and global context in the high level research. So that's my last slide. And one suggestion on last one on this research side, again, because of this dairy is a long-term business, you will have to wait some time to get results. I think it is worth, we are doing that to enhance that. I'm proposing to continuation of research, not that even as students do a research, and if that is a worthy research and good insights, somebody can pick it up there and develop into further level. That is one thing. And also the research groups, so that we can, as industries also, we can touch upon with those research groups to information, to insights, knowledge as to how we can, because we are more focused on the commercial aspects of business, milk collection, so we can tap into those information to the betterment. So they will continue to focus on either quality or breed productivity and kind of. Then because again, I'm coming from different discipline, I have seen that there's a good opportunity to do research with multidisciplinary research, because dairy industry for the development require knowledge of engineering, knowledge of economics, knowledge of social research, and the chemistry to chemical sciences, all that is. Otherwise, if when most research done on done by the animal sciences faculties, animal science groups, or those who are anyway in the bit of connection to the industry, it is natural, it is everywhere. But also there's some merit in engaging maybe other universities. I have seen one paper, to finish with, one research paper by a student, I think, when I search in for this, that he has, Moratu University, he has done a research on study on now this curd pots. It's made up of clay, true, but a lot of clay pots are wasted. And it's also heavy now. These clay pots are very heavy. I don't even bring curd from home. Now we see that it's very heavy pottery. So that he has given a try or research into, can we reuse it with a different cleaning regime and collection regime? Can we reuse it? Even clay, we take it as granted naturally, but it's also we need to preserve that. So engage in other universities, other than dairy universities, dairy faculties, and other disciplines, and they engage in certain kind of research into dairy area, I think will certainly add value, knowledge to our industry. And I think that's my part. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Pereira. It's truly inspiring, and thank you for your inspiration outlook on research needs in the dairy industry in Sri Lanka. So I really appreciate that, and I would cordially invite you to stay joined with us until it comes to the panel discussion. Thank you. With that, I would like to introduce the next guest speaker for the Dairy Forum 2021. That is Professor Manjula Sumit Magamage. So let me brief his profile. Professor Sumit Magamage is a professor in Department of Livestock Production, Sabaragamu University of Sri Lanka. He is currently serving as the chairman of the National Livestock Development Board of Sri Lanka. Professor Magamage received his bachelor's degree in veterinary medicine and animal science from the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and Animal Science, University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka. He pursued his master's and PhD in reproductive physiology, endocrinology, and reproductive biotechnology from the Department of Bioresource Production, Faculty of Graduate Studies, Kobe University, Japan in year 2011. He followed by his postdoctoral training in reproductive physiology, cell molecular biology, and biotechnology at the University of Nebraska, Lincoln, USA. Later, he was awarded Indian Science Research Award in 2016 from the Government of India, where he was in the National Institute of Animal Biotechnology at Hyderabad. In early 2017, the Government of Australia has awarded him the most prestigious Endeavour Fellowship and was at the ANZAC Research Institute at Concord General Hospital, University of Sydney, Australia. His teaching and research are widely perceived in human and animal interface studies. Professor Magamage, also holding the designation of Furby at MBL, which is the most renowned and famous research laboratory in the world, that more than 60 Nobel laureates working under the same roof since its inception. He was the head of the Department of Livestock Production before being appointed as the 7th Dean of the Faculty of Agricultural Sciences of the Sabaragamu University of Sri Lanka. Professor Magamage also serving as the University Grants Commission appointed member of the Board of Management of the University of Colombo, Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences for the years 2021 to 2024. It is a great honor to have you here with us for the Dairy Forum 2021. So he will be today delivering his speech on implications of One Health in animal and human being, a key to control global health risks. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So can you see my screen?
Yes, sure. We can see, yeah.
It is sharing, right?
We can hear you.
Let me share. Okay. Are you sure, right? It's sharing, right? Thank you.
Okay, you can go to the slide mode if you like.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting for joining this forum today, and I'm really glad to hear a very interesting couple of speakers from experts around the world. So I don't want to take much time and just to move to the topic. And actually, I think this discussion title will be a little bit about the implication of One Health aspects and how we challenge the global health situation, and how these applications will work for the dairy industry in Sri Lanka, why the One Health concept is important. So before move on to the One Health as a concept, so just to little bit about the conceptual note on about the One Health. Actually, this was something like, actually, this is like old wine in new bottle. So One Health is not a new concept. It was a go to the even time of the Hippocrates. So many hundred years back, the only thing that term, the One Health term was derived, especially the American epidemiologist called Calvin Shadell. So he reintroduced the how do we correlate with animal health, human health, and ecosystem health. So these are the main important areas in whatever the business, whatever the agriculture or livelihood development. So it is one of the most important is how to connect each other with human medicine, animal medicine, human medicine, veterinary medicine, and environmental health. So as we discussed, if you go back to the today's forum, it is very clear that Dr. Senaga has discussed about the little bit about the new biotechnologies and new trends and also processing. And then Dr. Tarangani will little bit talk about the dairy landscape in Sri Lanka and world scenario. And Mr. Saman is a very industrial giant in Sri Lanka. So he mainly focused on the quality of the and the production of the milk. So in terms of all these previous discussions, I just want to relate this to the students and the forum. So all these are come under the One Health concept. Why I'm saying like, because these are the where we want to capitalize in development of the country, because the One Health is it's really the concept, and also it's a very useful framework for the global sustainability. So everybody is very concerned about the sustainability of the dairy industry in Sri Lanka. So Dr. Senaga discussed about the A2 milk, cell-based milk, and also Sama discussed about the value chain and TPC count, quality of milk, and therefore we could have to make whole the global sustainability. This is the most important thing when we talk about the dairy industry. When I moved from the academic to the national the administrative process, especially like National Livestock Development Board, most of these, the staff consists of the university graduates. But they has very clearly mentioned the Sri Lankan dairy landscape is even little bit correction. SME sector will contribute 96%, even someone said it's 80%, yes, small scales 80, 85. There's a medium scale, they produce another 10%. Altogether, large scale dairies contribute in Sri Lanka only 3.5% of the total milk production. If you compare last year, it is around 414 million liters. So why then what happened to our sustainability of the large dairies in Sri Lanka? So these are the areas where we want to capitalize. So out of the Sri Lankan general requirement of the milk, we need roughly around 1,200 million liters per year. So with that background, so we have to think about how we going to connect this One Health concept of the sustainability of the dairy industry in Sri Lanka. So, as I earlier mentioned, the Kelvin Chobe was the early inventor of this term One Health, but it was started when 19th century, the Rudolf Virchow, when he studied about the cellular pathology. As we discussed earlier, Mr. Saman very correctly said the milk quality basically based on milk's cells, number of somatic cells and various cells in milk. So therefore, these concepts are very, very important. All the aspects of the production, processing, and development are the part of the One Health concept. Therefore, we have to, even though it is a very old concept, if we go back to the past couple of centuries, so One Health is a kind of the collaborative, multi-sectoral and transdisciplinary approach working at the local, regional, and national and global levels with the goal of achieving optimal health outcomes, recognizing the interconnecting between people, animal, plants, and their shared environment. As you know, in dairy sector, you all are well connected. The people, animal, plants, managers, animals, and fodder. So therefore, and most important thing, animal comfort. Animal comfort is basically come out of the environment, control environment. As you know, if you are someone like farms, there's a control environment, animal sheds are there. So therefore, we all have to think about that this has a single whole concept which make the livestock or dairy sector or whatever the production sector sustainable. So when we go back to the One Health, as I earlier said, this is kind of very ancient concept, but they has been used for several generations of people, but we could not exploit the importance of the One Health. So as a human nature always like to divide. It is a way how the management always like to divide and control. But when we come to the industry, the most important is us to be unite with One Health, especially in terms of the animal production. So when the One Health is a major framework that we could work to the development of the sector, and we have to work it out what sectors we can make them interconnected. It also involves breaking down the silos between the animal health, environmental health, and human health sectors so that we can track the diseases wherever they found and help prevent the quickly respond to the outbreaks. As you all know, over 75% of emerging diseases of the globally considered as a zoonotic diseases. That means can be transmitted between animal to human. So therefore, in terms of One Health, the animal health and both human health play a common base. Therefore, we cannot separate animal health from human health, or human health from animal health, or environmental health from animal health or human health. Now, it is very good example in COVID situation. Current COVID pandemic, how society responding to the COVID pandemic. For example, in Sri Lankan scenario, the whole system was locked down, the economy was collapsed, industries are collapsed, people are stressed, schools are closed. Now, it is very unfortunate is if we do not have a proper return to the system model. So as you know, for example, very simple example, the student or child was in year 4, even didn't attend Montessori, he or she must go to the second grade of the school next year. Second grade of the school in next year. The student who are in the first grade directly go to the third grade. Those students who are in the first grade go to third grade, second grade go to the fourth grade. Can you imagine what is the impact of this whole collapse situation? So therefore, I think this is the very high time to think about the One Health approach, where we can overcome many of these issues if we properly. This is not really control of animal diseases or human diseases or ecosystem management. This is the sustainability of the global sustainability is the One Health, global sustainability. The 60% of human diseases are zoonotic. Most of the emergent diseases are zoonotic. And also most importantly, almost all bioterrorism are zoonotic. I don't want to go in detail. Then we talk about most of these zoonotic diseases, the processes are shared between animals and humans. So the animal-human interface studies are very important, very, very important to study understand the One Health concept. As we know, in the very early studies like Edward Jenner, Louis Pasteur, especially the variolation, vaccination, and also germ theory. Germ theory are major milestone of the One Health. If you go to the very briefly about this inception of the One Health in all theories, if you go to the price of agriculture always depend on the foundation. The agriculture is considered as a civilization of the people, and came with cost of including environmental destruction, ecosystem disruption, and diseases. So as see, for example, the disease measles was devastating in early ages of the history, and it came from the cattle, the disease called rinderpest. Then Q fever of the human, it again comes from the goat and sheep. Like that, there are many diseases come out from the animal to human. And in the other side, human also gave animal tuberculosis. You know, tuberculosis is a very dangerous disease in Sri Lanka, as well as the most of other countries. We are not openly talking about the tuberculosis in Sri Lanka. But as he correctly said, when we go to these diseases, why that animal health are vitally important in terms of the human health. Now, tuberculosis was believed to be, the Mycobacterium tuberculosis appeared to be 40,000 years ago in human, and which migrated in Africa, and then it come to the animals. Even Sri Lanka, we know in most of upcountry farms, some of the upcountry farms, and some farms are endemic for tuberculosis in Sri Lanka. So how this will affect to the human food chain? So these are the areas where we have to think, but these are actually not new, but as I correctly said earlier, these are all theories with new bottle. So when we go to is on malaria again, is a malaria, the malaria in literally in terms of the technically, in Latin it's called bad air, malaria. So therefore the Hippocrates even that time, they link the diseases with environment. This is again One Health, ecosystem, environmental health, and human health. So this is very important in terms of the One Health. That's I want to emphasize you all, the One Health is not a new concept. It is based on existence of this world. If we break anywhere of this One Health cycle, so it will be damage the whole system. Currently, we experience is that. The good example is COVID-19 pandemic. So these are another, like COVID-19, in 14th century, there is a bubonic plague. So again, it was a pandemic at that time, the millions were dead. So it is spread caused by Yersinia pestis. And so it spread by fleas and carried out by rats. So they are all well interconnected. So again, smallpox, which was one important area where variolation is talking about, and then the variolation will later come to the vaccination. So variolation and smallpox. And then, as you know, the John Fester was trying to develop the variolation, or also known as vaccination. This is the historical aspects of the how the vaccines developed in the world in 16th century. So therefore, that's what I want to emphasize you is we don't want to bring this. This is the first vaccination that Edward Jenner just tried to inoculate to the virus, attenuated virus to the child we call James Phillips, right? So vaccination in vacca is a term we use in Latin. Lata is a term cow. So therefore, cowpox is this is the beginning of the vaccination. So we are trying to have Pfizer vaccination, Moderna, various vaccinations against current pandemic. So this is the beginning. So actually, so how we use this knowledge or current knowledge on this dairy forum. So one of the biggest challenge in Sri Lankan education system, what I noticed was last 22 years of my academic career. So most of the graduates are unable to link what they learn from the college or university, will not be able to link the practical, how to make a practical approaches when they come to the field or farm. For example, now, usually how does the dairy cow eat? For example, usually it is a dairy cow is a ruminant. So we must pay 75% of grass and 25% of concentrate. But due to some of the challenges, some of the bad teaching or whatever it is, it has come to when I come to the NLDB, this is upside down, 70% concentrate, 30% grass. So how can the system will be sustainable? I don't know. So therefore, the most importantly is when students are learning from theoretical aspects, so we have to practice, come back. If we have any errors, so we have to correct it once they come to the workplace. So that's one of the major objectives of students to go to the industrial training. So on the other hand, we talk about the animal health aspects. Actually, the animal health is vitally important. So therefore, the sustainability of agriculture. For example, I am a chairman of the NLDB. I am never expecting for veterinarian to treat animals, because I don't need veterinarians to see the sick animals. So I need a healthy group of animals in my farms. So the veterinarian's objective must be the control and prevention of the diseases. I don't want people to treat animals, because then this business cannot sustain. Because that is the approach in Sri Lanka. I think we have to change from veterinarian to agriculture to any other all fields. So if we hire the person to get the vaccination and things, it's useless. So once we get vaccinated, we couldn't get milk for 28 days. Once we get the antibiotics, the residual effect will come to the milk, and it will be the ultimate loss to the farmer. So our main objective is the animal health control. It's the most important. So once comes the pandemic or some epidemic condition, yes, of course, we should have to be methodical and we have to control the transport diseases. But one of the most important thing when the diseases, so we have to maintain good quality feed, water, and good feed stuff, and strictly control to food safety and also animal comfort. So these are the very, very important aspects when we come to the One Health or whatever the general animal management. So in terms of the people health, environment health, and animal health. So one is the most importantly, the One Health is very relevant to the current pandemic. Why? It is a concern with the interactions and dependencies of the complex system of promotes a sustainably oriented approach of the health that brings together the natural and social sciences and its characteristics collaboration participation, sharing, and exchange, framework of knowledge, integration in the health. So if we could not integrate all these aspects to overcome the current pandemic, so we will be having another set of scenarios after another couple of years later. Therefore, key important is to overcome current pandemic is that we have to adapt to the proper One Health model, the framework to overcome the divisional approaches of COVID control will work. Now, for example, lockdowns and things will affect the whole production system. So we have to have the balanced approach for whatever the control remedy. So that's very, very important. Another important thing in One Health is, if you talk about this, transiting from multidisciplinary to the transdisciplinary concept and viewpoint should move the proxy for zoonosis. It is now many things. One Health is something related to the veterinary medicine or animal medicine or human medicine. No, not at all. It is also related to agriculture, environmental health. So that is the most important thing. One Health is not belonging to the veterinarians or medical person. It also related to the agriculture field. It is vitally important, mainly important for the field of agriculture. So especially when we talk about the welfare of the animals, animal well-being, antibacterial resistance, and other diseases, and so on. So it is very, very, very important to the concept, and the framework must be integrated framework. So finally, few couple of terms, and we discussed this. One we call the One Health is like something like the umbrella. It's an umbrella concept. It's an umbrella concept. It is not like something agriculture or veterinary medicine or human medicine. So it is an environmental health, ecology, veterinary medicine, public health, human medicine, molecular biology, or health economics. So these are the very, very important. So this holistic, without this kind of holistic approach, I don't think the dairy sector could be developed in this country. We have to have a holistic approach. One can argue the large dairies are the only solution for the increased production. No, I am not agree with that, because we have 96% of dairy sector is SMEs. Only large farms are only a couple of NLDB. If I said names like Ambevela and whatever dairies are only large dairies. So they only produce 3.5% of the total production of the country. So how can we rid of that 96% of people? Their economy, especially when we go to the rural economies, are basically depends on these people. This is a very huge economy. Imagine Sri Lanka produced 400 and last year, according to the statistics of the DAPH, 414 million liters. So only 3% produced by large players. Rest of 97. Rest of 90% mean almost, if we multiply it with this 400 million to 100 rupees, you can imagine 40,000 million, the 40 billion business in Sri Lanka, 40 billion Sri Lanka. Even that, we are only competing 40% of the required production. We need another 60% to increase up to 1,200 liters million per year. So that the export value of milk in Sri Lanka, I think Mr. Saman is very well aware about these figures. It is roughly around 58 billion rupees. US dollars in point of view, 348 million US dollars. So this is a huge business when we talk about the rural economy. It is around the 40 billion rupees economy in Sri Lanka via divided, and we are not approaching properly. We have no proper plan. So as correctly said Tarangani, so we should have to think about how to breed these animals. Sri Lanka have 1.5 million cattle and buffaloes. So assuming that there are 600,000 female animals in Sri Lanka, so at least 50% of female animal in Sri Lanka, that 300,000 can get milk in given time. So if we have to plan on that, we should have to not depend on all the time. We don't have to depend on imported genes. So we can import germplasm, yes. Embryos, semen, yeah, we can upgrade the germplasm, no problem. So therefore we have to, as Sarangani correct says, we have to upgrading regional based upgrading programs, and we have selected some large farms should have to be upgraded for the reach our, but all these aspects. So one of the most important thing is all animal upgrading and production and milk quality, whatever the A2, A1 milk. Now the NLDB, we already started to the breeding of our herd with imported A2 genes, A2 semen. So we started last year in 2020. Now we try to, our plan is within next 3 years time, so introduce A2 milk in Sri Lanka. So that is our, even of this year we import A2 semen. So we will try to breed our animals and get A2 herd in Sri Lanka to get to the A2 milk. So these are the current approaches, and but all these should accumulated with One Health concept. So therefore, we cannot divide. We cannot divide. And also, most importantly, One Health is not belong to the veterinarians or medical people. It is also, agriculture is a major contributor. 1/3 is belong to agriculture. 1/3 is veterinary, 1/3 is human. So therefore, it's importantly understand. So one of the most important diseases, as you know, One Health, we have to discuss about the mastitis. Mastitis is one of the devastating diseases. This country, out of 20% of milk will be either destroyed or quality damage due to mastitis, or animals are non-producing one or couple of teats. So 20% of milk was, we can, if we properly manage mastitis in this country, so we can increase 20% of total production. So these are the areas where have to concentrate on dairy industry point of view. That the young generation should have to think about these things, especially the bovine mastitis, as you know, it is very, very imaging and destructive disease in the country. Most dangerous, economically important disease. So while that, so we importing this, especially host immunity, the mammary ecology, and symbiosis or dysbiosis is the most important aspects when under the control of mastitis. We should have to think under the One Health umbrella. That is very, very important. So in conclusion, so that is what I want to emphasize is that the policy and legal instruments are very, very necessary. And then only we can tackle the situation. And One Health implementation should be anticipatory and preemptive and not reactive or containing disease outbreaks, especially those from animal sources or environment before. Therefore, it is very important that One Health is not only practicing during the disease or whatever. It is a common concept throughout the production system. So that's, I would like to conclude my brief discussion with you all. And if you have any questions, so we can discuss during the forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Magamage. Thank you very much for the inspirational talk on One Health, holistic approach for the dairy, which is truly applicable in today's context. And we are proud to have you, and I cordially invite you to stay joined with us until the panel discussion. So with that, I would like to invite the final Guest speaker of the Dairy Forum 2021, Professor Janak Vidanarachi. Professor Janak Vidanarachi is a professor of animal science, Department of Animal Science, University of Sri Lanka. Professor Janak received his bachelor's degree in agriculture from the Faculty of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka. He pursued his master's degree in field of food science from Memorial University of Newfoundland, Canada in year 2001. He completed his PhD in animal science from the University of New England, Australia. His teaching and research are mainly focused on animal-derived food processing, principles of animal nutrition, scientific research communication, and sensory evaluations. At present, his Google Scholar HI index is 20 and I-10 index is 30, and he's having around 4,840 citations. As external responsibilities, Professor Janak currently serving as the coordinator and visiting scientist of Erasmus Mundus Mobility Scholar, Department of Analytical Chemistry, Uppsala University, Uppsala, Sweden, and also he's a visiting professor of Department of Medical Laboratory Sciences, Faculty of Allied Health Sciences, the University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka. Further, he is currently engaging in several local and overseas research collaborations, such as team member to the agroforestry in the tea and coconut sectors, a project coordinated and funded by the Embassy of the Kingdom of Netherlands in Colombo and Government of Netherlands through its Netherlands Enterprise Agency. And as the Sri Lankan, he also served as the Sri Lankan coordinator of the International Credit Mobility Program between University of Uppsala, Sweden, and Department of Animal Science, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka. It is a pleasure to have you here with us at the Dairy Forum 2021. Today, Professor Vidanarachi will be talking about current problems and challenges confronting the dairy industry in Sri Lanka. Over to you, Professor Vidanarachi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Deshani. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that kind introduction. Good morning to you all, distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen. The title suggested to me by the organizing committee of the Dairy Forum, Uvavelas University's current problems and challenges confronting to the dairy industry in Sri Lanka. Let me share my presentation. Okay. So I hope you all can see the presentation.
Yes, we can see. So, yeah.
Thank you. So during my presentation, I would like to focus on few key areas: current status of the dairy industry in Sri Lanka, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats, and way forward for unlocking the self-sufficiency in milk production in Sri Lanka. And finally, certain conclusions, something as take-home messages. And if you look at total milk production statistics during last decade, steady increasing in milk production has been observed until 2018. And in 2019, we produced only around 35% of the requirement. Whereas in 2020, we produce around 41% of the total requirement. As you can see here, according to 2020 statistics, total milk production in Sri Lanka was around 491 million liters. Of course, my friend, Professor Sumit said, 440 million liters according to DAPH, statistics. But I gathered this data basically from Department of Census and Statistics. So basically, you can see that according to these statistics, what we are producing is nearly 413 millions of, cow's milk and, 78 millions of, buffalo milk. So when you look at average milk production data from dairy cows in Sri Lanka. So average milk production has increased only by around 500 milliliters during last 6 years. And current average production remains around 3.35 liters per cow per day. Now, if you look at average milk production data from dairy buffaloes, it has not changed a lot during last 6 years, and it is around 2 liters of milk from a buffalo per day. So that is the situation in Sri Lankan milk production. Now let's look at like average production statistics of India, our neighbor. So basically, if you focus on or if you pay your attention on indigenous cows, non-descriptive buffaloes, indigenous buffaloes, and crossbred cows, as you can see, all these values are higher than our cows and buffaloes. So interestingly, even the average production of a crossbred cow in India is producing 7.85 liters per day, and indigenous buffalo is producing 6.34 liters per day. Now I want to pay your attention on amount of full cream milk powder imported to Sri Lanka during last several years. So we have been importing around 90,000 metric tons of full cream milk powder during last several years, which is more than 95% of the dairy related items imported to Sri Lanka. In 2020 alone, we have imported 98,838 metric tons of full cream and skim milk powder to Sri Lanka. Please note that we are spending nearly 55 to 60 billion Sri Lankan rupees to import milk powder to Sri Lanka. I think this was also mentioned by my good friend, Professor Sumit in his speech. Now, what about our milk consumption? Well, you must be really surprised to see that we are consuming around 50 to 60 liters of milk annually per person during last several years. According to the 2020 statistics, our consumption of liquid milk was 63.3 liters per person per year. Now, if you compare this value with our neighboring country, so the India's liquid milk consumption is around 59 kilograms per person per year in 2020, and this is mainly because of India, of course, they are consuming 81,000 million metric tons of milk. Nevertheless, they are having a population of 1.366 billion. Now, let us see some economics regarding liquid milk and milk powder production. As you could see here, the average farm gate price of milk could vary from 70 to 90 rupees. An average cost of production of milk could also vary from 40 to 60 liters, depending on the kind of system that we produce. And of course, the average factory gate price of milk is around somewhere around 102 to 104 rupees per liter. And if you look at the average the selling price of pasteurized milk in Sri Lanka, that could also vary from 170 to 240 rupees per liter, depending on the kind of brand that we produce. And considering the current factory gate price, if we would like to produce 1 kilogram of milk powder, so it is going to cost around 876 rupees. Now the average selling price of milk powder is around 945 rupees. And you should understand that when milk powder is going to import to Sri Lanka, the relevant importer has to pay around let's say $4,100 per metric ton. In addition to that, they need to pay around 225 rupees per kilogram as tax, and also 8% VAT. Now it is up to you to decide whether dairy industry is a lucrative business or not, just by looking at these data. In fact, Professor Sumit has already mentioned, indeed, it is a lucrative business. So ladies and gentlemen, we produce around 40 to 41% milk within the country. Of course, we have an ambitious goal to achieve. And if we are to self-sufficient, then we must at least produce 1,200 million liters within the country. So in order to do that, we have around 440,000 and 400 milking cows and buffaloes, as I said little while ago, with an average daily production of 3.35 liters per cow per day and 2.09 liters per buffalo per day, respectively. And if we could, increase the average production values, let's say to, 9.72 liters per day per cow alone, or together with, the buffaloes and, the cows up to around, 7.47 liters, then we will be able to achieve this 1,200 million liters target. Now, the question in front of us is, whether we could unlock the low productivity of our milking animals to become self-sufficient in milk. This is a daunting task. So in my presentation, so what I would like to discuss is, so basically, what are the real challenges we are facing to improve this low productivity and how to achieve, so this particular target. As I said a little while ago, there is a gap and we need to bridge this gap. So we have seen that our cows and buffaloes are having low productivity. Now let us look at, major issues, threats that are causing these, low productivity values and what we could do to bridge the gap to be self-sufficient in milk. So here, I would like to divide them into 4 major areas, such as dairy cattle feeding and nutrition related interventions, cattle and buffalo breeds and breeding related interventions, and indeed appropriate husbandry practices and milk quality related aspects. Finally, dairy as a business, of course, we should not forget about policies and social issues, as very correctly mentioned by many other speakers earlier. First, let us look at feeding and nutrition related issues. If we narrow down dairy nutrition related issues, they can be further divided into issues such as the quantitative problems. So here, of course, in front of all of us, there is a huge challenge in relation to feed scarcity. And there are a lot of qualitative related problems. Of course, inadequate supply of macro and micronutrients. And not only that, in the context of Sri Lankan dairy scenario, sudden change of the diet, not even giving the same diet within a particular period of lactation. And of course, the scarcity of the quality appropriate planting material. That's also a huge problem in this particular area. And one more thing, of course, still we do not consider forage as a crop. Indeed, feed scarcity is a huge threat to achieve the existing genetic potential, especially in dry zone areas of Sri Lanka during certain periods. So what do we expect from these animals? Although they have certain genetic potential, can we get the real the genetic potential with the scarcity of feed? So that is what we need to think. So another major issue related to feeding is the quality of forages that we give it to our dairy animals. For example, stage of harvesting is still a huge concern. Although we have been telling to our, dairy producers to find out the best, the harvesting stage, still they are not practicing it. So you can see that the kind of, like feed, sometimes, we are giving to our dairy animals. So many dairy operators still don't know the correct harvesting stage for maize and sorghum-like fodders. For maize, it should be with the cobs when the 1/3 of the grain is milky. And for sorghum, optimum harvesting stage should be the seeds milky stage, and many other grasses. Of course, we have been telling it should be considered as 50% flowering stage as the best stage for feeding the dairy animals. Now, as you all know, the grasses belong to family Poaceae and Graminae, and most of the soluble carbohydrates in grasses are stored in the stem. Look what is happening here. Just waste of quality stem part, which contains very high amount of soluble carbohydrate that can be utilized really well by these cows. But simply, if we can apply a simple technology like chopping, we could enhance the nutrient digestibility and availability for these high producing cows and calves. So that is what we need to encourage among our dairy farmers. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to be self-sufficient in milk, so the required quantity of good quality forages is a must. I think this was highlighted by many few other speakers earlier. Now let's see a few other issues related to like forage production in Sri Lanka. Although Saubhagya Dakma, or the vision of prosperity, clearly stated that we have to be self-sufficient in milk, still there are certain issues that we need to sort out in relation to government policies on feeds. One such example is forage do not consider as crops yet. Now, therefore, it is hard to obtain irrigation water for forages. Even the dairy operator would like to establish them at his or her farm. Basically, they will not be able to obtain irrigation water. So this is a huge challenge for our dairy farmers. Not only that, there are many red tapes in relation to importation of quality planting materials from abroad. Now, this particular matter we have to sort out, especially between the Department of Animal Production and Health and the Department of Agriculture. And there are a lot of barriers, and we need to sort out these barriers. And if a dairy farmer would like to bring down good quality seeds or planting material, and after a proper investigation, we should allow them to bring them. See, the other important area is, of course, we must basically encourage or establish to have proper forage breeding programs at Department of Animal Production and Health with proper manpower. So then only we will be able to basically produce sufficient good quality forages to our dairy animals. Now, for example, there are improved hybrid grasses that have been developed in other countries, which are really suitable to grow under tropical conditions. So we must explore their potentials. So one such example is mulatto, which is a hybrid bracharia variety developed in Colombia with an average crude protein content of 14 to 18%. And this has been used very well by countries like Thailand and Vietnam. So why not us? So we should introduce high quality. I mean, in fact, this particular the grass has a very high biomass, and obviously it can tolerate a drought condition. And the most important characteristic is it has around 14 to 18% of crude protein. So the other important thing is the availability of quality feed, raw material free from fungal toxins with affordable prices. that is also very important in order to have a sustainable dairy industry in Sri Lanka. At present, of course, we all are very concerned about the price of, various kinds of, imported ingredients when we are going to, like manufacture various kinds of, concentrate feed. And the other important problem is the quality of these, ingredients. So as a summary, so there are three key areas that we need to focus in relation to dairy cattle feeding and nutrition. And those are increased feed intake, balance dietary energy and protein, and prevent nutritional deficiencies. And of course, here I have highlighted, like other sub areas that we need to focus. And if anyone would like to know further about, for example, how we can, like increase the feed intake, what we are supposed to do, and how we are going to, balance, dietary energy and protein, what are the things that we need to focus, and how we are going to prevent other nutritional deficiencies, for example, macro and micro mineral deficiencies, all these things we need to highlight or focus. Now let us look at breeds and breeding related issues. In Sri Lanka, we have around 49% European and their crosses, and 26% local animals, and nearly the same percentage of Indian and their crosses as dairy cattle breeds. So we must understand that importation of exotic temperate high producing animal is not the only solution to sort out breed related issues. First, we must re-establish an appropriate breeding policy for our existing genetic pool. That we have to do it very quickly. And there is a huge debate about the importation of dairy animals from other countries to be placed at production farms and not at nucleus farms or breeding farms at National Livestock Development Board. I'm not talking about such kind of farms. What I'm saying is, so importation of the pure animals, mainly to release to the production farms, that we have to think very carefully. So we must carefully select and import pure breeds or crossbreeds which are suitable for Sri Lankan conditions. In this regard, here I have given few examples such as Sahiwal, Girilando, Sunandi, Australian milking zebu, and Australian Friesian Sahiwal. And today, the breed Girilando is responsible for 80% of the milk produced in Brazil. It is a cross between Gir and the Dutch Holstein Friesian. And the average milk production of Girilando cow is around 3,600 kilogram, let's say in 305 days, with an average fat percentage of 4. And another good example is Sunandini, which was originated in Kerala in India. And it was a cross between the Brown Swiss, Jersey, American Brown Swiss, and Holstein Friesian. And in fact, this Sunandini breed, it could, produce somewhere around, 3,200 kilograms of, milk within 305 days with a 4% fat. And here I would like to emphasize that. So the importation of pure temperate breeds should be carried out only to maintain nucleus herds, upgrading and crossbreeding purposes. So not just, release them to, like production farms. So once again, as a summary, so there are two key areas that we need to focus in relation to dairy cattle breeds and breeding. And those are collect and share animal records. And of course, the matched genotype to production environment, and further details under each category you can see. So for example, so we must emphasize that we need to collect, for example, animal data on milk yield, disease and reproduction events. And we need to genotype animals for breed composition, parentage determination, genomic breeding values. Then only we will be able to have, like sustainable productive animals within Sri Lanka. So in order to achieve the second target, so we must define, select, for example, selection objectives, considering the milk yield, fertility, and disease resistance. And we need to use, crossbreeding programs, artificial insemination, and genomic breeding values, and also high yielding imported breeds strategically whenever we want to, like achieve this self-sufficiency in milk. Now let us look at, husbandry practices and milk quality related issues. Of course, Mr. Saman highlighted this particular issue a lot. So the availability of, the good quality water throughout the day is a must for milking animals. So are we giving water to our cows adequately? So of course, we all know that, the cow milk has, around 87 to 88% of water. So remember, to produce, 1 liter of milk, 500 liters of blood has to, pass through the cow's udder. So this is a simple task. So how many of our dairy farmers are, like adapting this particular task at the moment? So whenever we go around, of course, I would say, so many of our farmers are not giving, like waters 24 hours per day. So quite often they are restricting the availability of water. And it is a very common practice that, they are giving, the water only maybe during noon time or maybe in the evening. Of course, water scarcity is a huge concern in dry zone areas. Certain time of the year, we all can understand we don't get enough of rainfall. So therefore, so we must pay like extra attention on how to conserve like our water during the rainy seasons and utilize them wisely. So there are a lot of conservation methods that we can like use, and we must like utilize them properly in order to like accelerate the dairy industry in Sri Lanka as well. Now, as a solution to feed scarcity during dry season, we must encourage dairy operators. I don't like to call them as dairy farmers. I always like to call them as dairy entrepreneurs, which I will introduce in the latter part of my presentation, to conserve forages when they are available in large quantities. So this is what we must encourage. However, there are, beg your pardon. So however, there are concerns regarding the quality of silage, what dairy operators are producing at various places. And this is mainly due to use of poor quality material. This is mainly because of use of poor quality raw material, and also due to decomposing the silage that they are producing. Mainly this is due to aerobic conditions, and also due to fungal growth. So as we all know, making silage involves simple fermentation technology. Yet we need to pay proper attention on quality of raw materials, complete anaerobic condition during the ensiling process. Then only we will be able to achieve good quality silage to feed our dairy animals. So this is what many countries are doing. And of course, there is a huge trend in Sri Lanka at the moment as well. However, we have to sort out some of the issues related to production of silage in our country as well. As I said a little while ago, there is an increasing trend to make silage and compost in the dairy industry at present. So we need to make sure that adequate facilities are there to check the quality of silage. And also, if a farmer is going to produce compost out of their manure, so we need to have the kind of, the right technology. For example, there are, various kinds of, the techniques which are available to separate, the liquid from the solid part of the manure. And these things should be available. And for example, the quick test kits, so should be freely available. So within the country, in order to check the quality of, already prepared compost. Now, I would like to pay your attention on very important aspect related to dairy industry in Sri Lanka. In fact, this was highlighted by my good friend, Mr. Saman Pereira. So that is poor microbiological quality of milk and intentional adulteration of milk. So these two aspects are hampering the way forward of our industry a lot. So there are various concerns such as, high microbial counts in the fresh milk, use of, various scrupulous adulterants to preserve milk and to obtain, economic gains from the milk, and even the availability of, antibiotic, the residues in milk, as, pointed out by, many others, high somatic cell count, and even the presence of, toxins such as, aflatoxin M1. And these issues are definitely influencing the quality and the safety aspect of milk, and finally the products that we are going to, manufacture. So eventually these malpractices could influence on the sustainability of the entire dairy industry in Sri Lanka. So to minimize these, problems, we need to introduce prerequisite programs such as, good agricultural practices, good hygienic practices, good veterinary practices, good manufacturing practices along the entire dairy value chain from the glass to farm, from the farm to glass or farm to plate. And it is also high time to, introduce, for example, bonus payment system or penalty system based on the quality of the milk that a farmer is going to produce. So which I have seen, like in many other countries. And if we want to be self-sufficient and if we want to have a sustainable industry, we must introduce that kind of, system here in Sri Lanka as well. And to improve the quality of our milk, of course, we must improve our milk collection network. Once again, Mr. Saman Pereira, he has very correctly mentioned that. So adequate chilling facilities should be freely available. So we must encourage, collecting, the evening milk, which is a kind of, problem at present, right? So we need to introduce simple and affordable milk chilling techniques. So of course, he has mentioned in his talk as well. So for example, here I would like to introduce immersion chilling technique or solar chilling method, or for example, the other, Promethean, the chilling system. So especially to, our remote areas. So then only, we will be able to, enhance the quality of the milk produced by our dairy farmers. So once again, as a summary, there are three key areas that we need to focus in relation to husbandry interventions for the sustainable intensification of milk production. So those interventions are raise healthy cows and heifers properly, provide enough of high quality drinking water, and maintain healthy and productive cows. So of course, I don't want to focus more on, how we are supposed to, raise healthy cows and heifers properly. Obviously, the record keeping on, growth, health, and breeding is extremely important. We need to feed colostrum, we need to vaccinate, and we need to reduce their stresses to prevent diseases. And we need to, diagnose and treat, diseases properly. And we need to breed at, right way, targeting, first calving. And I have already explained the importance of, giving adequate amount of water to our dairy cows. And of course, maintaining the healthy and the productive cows are extremely important. So we have to, provide production environment that could, reduce the stress. So there are, of course, Dr. Tarangani has mentioned we can, do many things in relation to, like animal welfare and various kinds of other things as well. So detecting, the estrus and diagnosing, the pregnancy and reducing the periparturation stresses and diagnosing and treating the postpartum diseases and mastitis, and also culling the unproductive and infertile animals are extremely important. So the last thing that I want to, emphasize is basically, in order to unlock our potential and become, self-sufficient in milk, what are the policies and social issues that we need to focus on? I think this was also highlighted by, Mr. Saman Pereira. So value orientation. So attracting youth to, dairying is a daunting task at present. And many youths don't want to, engage in dairy. We must attract them for dairying and should show how, they can, perform dairy as an entrepreneur, right? So the other important area is there is a huge, problem in relation to, disposing bull cows and unproductive animals at present due to various, religious concern. And there are certain environmental issues, for example, manure disposal. And when a farmer would like to establish a dairy farm, sometimes, it is difficult to get the approval from the ministry. So these things should be sorted out. And of course, as I said, so basically inconsistent government policies. So we must, sort out this particular matter, no matter which government is going to be there. So the policies related to, dairy and the breeding should not change, right? Whether this particular government or the next government is going to be there. So we must have a concrete policy on dairy and breeding of, animals in order to achieve self-sufficient in Sri Lanka. And the other important areas such as, the conflict between dairy farmers and government officials, for example, the accessibility to natural pasture lands. So these things, we need to discuss adequately, and we need to, sort out at, various ministries level. Now, of course, I would like to, pay your attention on one important aspect. So we have been telling always, our young generation, they don't want to, attract into, dairy because they don't like to do dairy as a business. And of course, we need to think out of the box. So traditionally, we have been telling, always, dairy farmer, we must not use, that particular, basically, the dairy farmer concept at present. Obviously, we need to, dairy entrepreneur concept. So I would like to propose changing the conventional, dairy farmer into dairy entrepreneur is extremely important. For example, our recent graduates have become dairy entrepreneurs, and we must show them the benefits that they could obtain when they think out of the box and making this operation as a sustainable business opportunity. Here, one could become an entrepreneur just by making a bit of, value addition to liquid milk, right? Rather than selling just raw fresh milk. So the earlier concept known as Kirimama has rejuvenated with a new face today in few places. So we must not forget about, value addition to milk in the journey of self-sufficiency in milk in Sri Lanka. So now I'm not going to talk a lot about this particular area. So my colleague, Dr. Senaka Ranajira, has very clearly explained so the importance of the value addition and processing. So ladies and gentlemen, in order to achieve all these the potentials and opportunities, we must have the continuous capacity building programs for all stakeholders engaged in dairy value chain. In this regard, all relevant government sector organizations such as line ministries, organizations like National Livestock Development Board, Department of Animal Production and Health, educational institutes like universities, and private sector organizations should work together to identify and facilitate necessary outcome-based capacity building programs for all stakeholders who are engaging in the dairy industry. One key element that we should not forget in these capacity building programs is learning by doing, or the concept of, the hands-on practical training. Then only we will be able to achieve our primary objectives from such kind of, the capacity building programs. Distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen, finally, I would like to conclude my presentation by saying sustainable self-sufficiency in milk is a journey, and unlocking the potentials and opportunities is our choice. So there are enormous opportunities and potentials. So we must pay our extra attention on key areas such as how to improve dairy cattle nutrition through proper feeds and feeding, dairy cattle breeding intervention in order to achieve the genetic potential, and of course, adopt, appropriate dairy cattle husband practices and produce high quality milk. And of course, we need to sort out, policy related intervention, and we must, facilitate and enhance local dairy. And we must change the traditional dairy farmers to kind of, dairy entrepreneurs while promoting value addition. And of course, we have to have, ongoing capacity building in order to achieve all these tasks. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Professor J.L. Ratnasekara, Vice Chancellor, Uva University, Professor H.M.S.K. Herath, Dean, Faculty of Animal Science and Export Agriculture, Dr. D.C. Mudannayaka, Head, Department of Animal Science, and of course, Dr. Nishani Abesinghe, Coordinator and the live wire behind the Dairy Forum 2021, and Dr. Maheshika Kurikulsurya for inviting me to participate in this fascinating event. I wish you all a pleasant afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Janak. It was truly inspiring, and you gave a true insight of actual challenges of the dairy industry in Sri Lanka, and well described how to unlock the potential of dairy industry. Thank you very much. It was a proud to have you at the first ever dairy forum of the Uva University. And I cordially invite you to stay with us for the next hour for the question and answer session. And with that, I would like to hand over the session for a few minutes for the Animal Science to Society, our graduates of the Animal Science degree program, who will summarize the program before I would start the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam. I think we can all agree to that fact. A list of critical points concerning the dairy industry and subjects linked to this regard was brought to our attention during the very fruitful technical session that had just been summed up.
Yes, Rasika, and therefore I'd like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank all distinguished resource persons for sharing their insights, and Dr. Deshani Mudannayaka for leading the technical session.
From the evolution of dairy processing and industrial sustainability, research and development aspects within the sector, concerns for human and animal health, and the range of challenges need to be tackled, we have been made aware of it all. Now we are ready to open this platform for the panel discussion, where you will be provided the opportunity to raise questions to facilitate the exchange of more knowledge and ideas.
Queries related to today's topic of interest will be multiple panel members. Once again, raise hand option and verbalize your queries. Oh, inquire through the chat box. Questions posed through the official Facebook page and official YouTube channel of the Animal Science Society shall also be taken into discussion within due time. Discussion over to the chairperson, Dr. Deshani Mudannayaka, and the distinguished panel members.
Thank you, Pramesha. It's time for the panel discussion. So I would cordially invite the distinguished speakers for the panel discussion. Let me brief Dr. Senaka Ranadira, who delivered his speech on recent advances and trends in dairy processing, highlighting the A2 milk, probiotics, and cell-based dairy. And Dr. Himali Tharangani, who delivered her speech on recent advances and trends in dairy farming, summarizing the climatic adaptation of dairy farming and climate smart dairy models. And with that, Mr. Saman Chandrajit Pereira, who delivered his talk on current research needs of the dairy sector of Sri Lanka. He described the research needs of the farm, research needs of the milk quality, on innovations and attitudes, and research needs in the milk and products. Then we heard the talk from Professor Sumit Magamage on implications of One Health in animal and human well-being, a key to control global health risks, in which we learned the One Health holistic approach. Finally, Professor Janak Kevidanarchi, who did a wonderful presentation on current problems and challenges confronting the dairy industry in Sri Lanka, who actually truly showed the actual challenges in the dairy industry and described how to unlock the potential in dairy industry in Sri Lanka. So with that, I would like to cordially invite the 5 speakers for the panel discussion, and I'm herewith requesting the audience, if you have any question, please feel free to unmute yourself and ask the questions. Meanwhile, the questions in the chat will be asked by myself. Thank you. Please raise, the forum is open for the discussion. Please raise any questions if you have from the 5 speakers. To start with, there is one question in the chat box, which was asking, does A2 is present in milk of tropical indigenous breed types? What they're asking is, the high level of beta-casein A2, will it be present in tropical indigenous breed types? I think Professor Magamage gave an answer for that in the chat box. And also,
if Dr. Senaka is not there, so we actually Jersey and most of Indian breeds are rich of A2 genes. So what we are planning to now, even some Holstein also, they have some level, but better with the Jerseys and also the Indian breeds are more conversant with A2 genes. Because actually now what my view is now, Sri Lanka is struggling with quantity of the milk. So my argument is even I think Janak can give some, because we are fighting with the quantity. So while that it is really important to us to tackle the quality as well. So while that otherwise everything will go like, I don't want to mix up things in gradual. For number one, we have to prioritize what we should have to do in this country in dairy industry. That is the most important thing. So number one, I think quantitative increment of the production with the breeding of existing breeds by introducing new genes and germplasm. So that is the most important, I think, highest priority. Then I think the same time parallelly feeding and watering and cow comfort. So by going with these 3, then subsequently I think we can move to this qualitative matters. And most important in qualitative matters is purity, like a TPC count, as Mr. Saman will explain much better than me. and purity and quality. So that because of price of the milk basically depend on the purity of the quality of the milk. Now, for example, NLDB, so we sell 1 liter of milk is 140 rupees per liter. But as we know, usually the field, it will be something around 95 to 105 fluctuating. Even in some of the other, even our farms, we are selling 110 because of the farms which have more technological interventions, more sophistication. So the quality of the milk also will gradually increase. So in the NLDB as a national role, as a what our priority is, increase the quantity of the milk and then quality, then actually the market practice and the competition like A2 milk. So I think that is my viewpoint. So if you're having a less than half a production, if you go with this A2 and this thing, and it is good for good to discussion and good to discussion. But my opinion, number one, we should have to increase the quantity, at least double the current production within next 5 years, and then so we have to think about moving to the qualitative issues. Basic qualitative issues should be thoroughly discussed with quantity increment, but like A2 milk and things, and especially market strategies, is a market demanding things, should go with the secondary. I think we should have to start with this, because even the A2 take at least 5 years to bring at least half of the population to this level, even in NLD. So it's a long journey. It cannot be done overnight. So one of the important things, the dairy, everybody should understand, this cannot be overnight journey. This is at least we need a 5 to 6 years, very, very comprehensive program planning. Thank you.
Yeah, true. Thank you very much. There's another question to Dr. Himali. What is your recommendation for Sri Lankan dairy farmers according to the local climate regarding the climate smart dairy?
Thank you, madam. And thank you very much for raising the question. Although this climate smart agriculture is not a novel concept, the adoption of these climate smart dairy farming strategies are not uniform across production systems in Sri Lanka. I think our resource person, Professor Janak, has described in detail about the constraints in Sri Lankan condition. As my understanding, there are some important barriers to adapt climate smart dairy farming in Sri Lanka. If I just list them, insufficient resources. For an example, large-scale dairy producers face resource-related constraints in their attempt to use manure and compost, and some limited marketing barriers to adapt the climate smart dairy farming, and limited access to some technologies. For an example, there is low facilities to estimate the methane emission, and also no proper facilities for, especially for small and medium scale dairy farmers, to check the quality of their feeds. So with these constraints, in order to implement climate smart dairy farming successfully, I would like to make a few suggestions like this. First of all, depending on the local climate conditions, region-specific priorities should be identified. So in there, different production systems, different scales and intensities needed to be considered. So based on that, most appropriate climate smart strategies could be selected and implemented. And as my second point, but in general, we can adhere to some climate smart practices such as feed resource improvement, then upgrading of native cattle, as Professor Magamage explained, then manure management, then agroforestry practices such as home gardening could be implemented. And as my second point, there is a need for greater state support for mitigation efforts that can be done through policies that reducing excessive use of synthetic fertilizer, which has a higher share of total agricultural emissions. But this should be complemented with efforts to increase public environmental protection awareness. You can do that through, for instance, providing farmers with information on improved fertilizer management, nutrient management, like things. And as my third point, some adoption of climate smart dairy farming also requires some institutional support, especially for small scale farmers, because they are the main contributors to Sri Lankan dairy industry. So in particular, medium and long range seasonal climate forecasting, then better intra and interinstitutional coordination and improved marketing access by small scale farmers is needed. Additionally, some innovative knowledge management systems should be developed to promote adoption of knowledge intensive climate smart dairy farming. So we can aim at strengthening farmers' knowledge of these practices. So we can organize some technology sharing methods to support the local and indigenous knowledge systems. So those are basically I would like to recommend in order to implement the climate smart dairy farming in Sri Lanka. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Himali. I think someone wanted to ask a question, Mr. Chamila. Sure. Yeah, please ask your question.
Good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon. Very good afternoon. Yeah.
Actually, what my question is.
Can you introduce yourself if you like?
I'm Samila Rajapaksha. I'm now working as a farm manager at Palwatha Dairy Industries Private Limited. So, as my experience, my personal view, number of cows in Sri Lanka is more than enough to achieve what our requirement, our milk production requirement. Only the problem in the field is we have a huge breeding issue. So how can we avoid that issue? Because I know that most of the smallholder farmers, they have a very low cows in milk percentage in their herd. Some farmers, they have more than 100 cows, but they milking only 10 cows or 5 cows. And other thing is they use grazing system. Some of them use semi-intensive system, but because of that, they don't have they can't feed their cows in proper manner. So we have a program to change them into the grazing system to the intensive farming system.
Shall I answer, Dr. Mudana? Shall I?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chamila, for bringing that particular, question. And if I answer the first question, what can we do to, improve our genetic pool? Of course, we all know that we have, indigenous animals, we have, crossbreeds, and, we have different kinds of, animals. So we have to be very careful. The only thing, my suggestion is, of course, few years back, we had a very good, breeding policy in this particular country. And of course, that particular breeding policy has gone away. So we must reintroduce that particular breeding policy. Then only, we will be able to, while conserving our genetic resources, we can, strategically, bring, for example, exotic, blood into our system. That is what, we need to do. Not just, bringing, for example, if we bring, pure Holstein Friesian animal from let's say from New Zealand or from Holland, and if you just try to rear them under Sri Lankan condition, so it is a kind of a nightmare. So basically they are not going to adapt to our system. Of course, Dr. Tarangani has already explained, maybe we need to have very specific housing system. So then it is going to cost a lot of money. So basically, if we want to improve the existing system, so improve the existing the genetic pool, so what we need to do is, first we need to introduce proper breeding policy to this country. So that is what we need to immediately introduce, while conserving our genetic resources. When, for example, there are a lot of very important genetic resources within the country. I'm sure Pradeepa madam is there in the audience. So for example, they are having a lot of good quality characteristics. Maybe they are kind of resistant to diseases, maybe parasitic diseases. Maybe they are sort of resistant to heat conditions. So we have to somehow preserve them, and strategically we need to bring for example exotic blood, and have a sort of proper breeding program to have a good genetic pool within the system, as I said in my presentation also. So the last question was basically on whether we can bring all these grazing animals and intensify the production system. Am I right? Did I get correctly? So what you are saying is so basically the grazing animal, that is what you wanted to see.
I asked yes sir.
Yeah, so basically I'm sure you are very well aware that in Sri Lanka we have sort of intensive system, semi-intensive system, and extensive system. If you take the extensive system, it is a low input basically low output system. So the cost of production is also very low. So as I said, maybe we cannot disregard them as well. I think Professor Mahagamage has mentioned we have around 85% of producers are small scale producers. So somehow there are certain things that we can improve basically to enhance the genetic potential. Like I have already explained, giving 24 hours of water. I mean, for example, good quality enough of forage material, and the time of the harvesting the forages and things like that we can easily do, right? Rather than doing a lot of wonders, like what I believe is we have a lot of things that need to be improved in our system. So that is what we need to do first, and then of course we can do so many other things, like for example we can think of novel technologies, bringing various kinds of other very specific biotechnological interventions. So those things we have to do I mean later on. So that is what we have to do at first.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And there's another question.
May I add a little bit about what Professor Janak is some of my views in terms of that they have mentioned about the poor timing of AI. That is one of the biggest challenge in this. I think whole smallholder system will badly affecting the timing of insemination. So this should be, I think, we have to address if we want to, because still the AI success rate of this country is at 30%. Even if we go to the real-time figures, most of farmers get their cows from the bull breeding, because they try a couple of times and the AI people not coming at on proper time. Now, for a very basic example, in this year, now next year is a very critical for dairy industry. This year, the AI, I think usually in Sri Lanka, DAPH is doing around 270,000 artificial insemination per year. The reports what I have is so far, till 30th June, actually field level AI was only conducted just less than 100,000. That means we couldn't go beyond 180,000 AI this year. That means we have less calves in next year, right? That means less cows mean less milk. So therefore, the timing of artificial insemination and availability of the artificial insemination on time is the most important. And the other important thing is selection of the animal. We need to have the selection. Sri Lanka has a big problem in animal selection process and removing of the animals, unproductive animals. So that also may be addressed, especially when we talk about the small scale dairy farmers. So they are keeping unproductive animals for long and giving feeding and things. So I think this is some association between cultural taboos and things, but it is different story. It's my opinion. The culture, religion, and things should not be getting mixed up with the business. So that is most important thing as a country. If you want to go with dairy, do with dairy at correct way. So we have to practice dairy at correct manner. And other thing, the most mentions he asked about the intensive. As you know, one of the NLDB is the main organization. We are doing hugely intensive management dairy herd. We are having 3,500 dairy animals in Hiridiyagama farm. So as correctly said Dr. Janak, so our electricity bill per month is 3.5 million because we are giving THI control, thermal humidity control things. Even that is not appropriate. We are not getting appropriate consumption rate right now. That is throughout in the 2015 until now, the consumption rate was until 2019, it is 13%. Now a little bit improved with night artificial insemination. We are now practicing. We change the technology, we try to. Now we are doing night AI. We're starting artificial insemination at 8 o'clock evening. And so we try to keep animal resting and comfort throughout just after 12 hours after AI. So which make a little bit about the 20+ success rate. So these are the, very, very inputs are very high when we go to the large scale. For one other simple example I'm giving. So NLDB, there are two farms, as you know, NLDB farms, New Zealand farm and Ambevela farm were privatized in 2000, in year 2000. The Ambevela and the New Zealand farm come up to the current level of the 20 liters, 24 liters. After 20 years, it took 20 years. That's why this is, again, I want to emphasize, there is no magic in dairy. We want uniform, continuous, proper, uniform feed, uniform animals, and uniform management process. Then we can success dairy. There is no overnight magic in dairy. So we want very, what is called uniformity in every operation. So as you know, the herd, they all maintain the animal herd taken off from the NLDB, the ISI group, ISI animals. So, but now they are reached somewhere around 2024. But don't forget it after 20 years. So that just give a very simple example. So we need a very controlled, very proper, uniform program. So that is the most important thing, the dairy. There is no magic overnight, 1 year, 2 year, 3 year. No, at least we need a 6 to 7 year program for dairy development. Unless otherwise, so breeding is exactly, I agree with 100% with Professor Janak. So we have a very strong breeding policy in this country. So we should have to adapt for that breeding policy. But of course, if needs, we can have a specific farms like Hiridiyagama or some other, but I think still the economic factor is a very great, because in 2019, the loss of Hiridiyagama farm alone is 240 million. 240 million. in 2019. 2020, we were trying to reduce it 140. Up to now, it is around last 8 months, the loss is around 87 million. So we try to capitalize by managing, but it is very difficult, daunting task. Cannot change anything overnight. So that is, I think, the message we want to give the student. Now, all the managers in NLD firms are graduates of the universities of Sri Lanka. As Professor Janak correctly said, if you go to the NLD farm, there are a lot of problems in harvesting time of the fodder. They are graduate of us. But when I go to the farm, we can see the flowering of these things, that they are not proper. The whole managers are graduates. So I think that message that we want to give you is dairy cannot do online or distant way. Dairy you must attend to the dairy. You must be available 24/7. Unless otherwise, no dairy can run an optimum level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's another question at the chat box. I will read out. As any other sector, of course, the dairy sector in Sri Lanka also has been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic situation. How are we going to increase dairy production within the upcoming years while compensating for the loss incurred by the pandemic? Are there any strategies brought about so far?
Janak, anything or shall I talk?
Well, you can go ahead, Professor Mahagamage. So then I will add.
Yeah, I think I think Mr. Saman because Saman is an industry gentleman. I know, Mr. Saman, you will experience we have large farms. We know the dropping in milk production, lack of feed and soya bean, maize, and there are huge restrictions. I think you are very convinced with small scale SMEs. SMEs are the 90% of production come from SMEs. I think someone can have good addition. After that, someone I will take.
Thank you, sir. I think you are the expert to explain the team here, but I will share what I know a bit on that. One thing is I wish to add your previous answer as well, one on that question on the milk production. I fully agree with you that the priority is the increase in the production. Quality, of course, has to come along because in Sri Lanka, even right now, I think if you look at as industry, we know that if you combine the processing capacity of the large and small holders, I think it exceeds daily processing capacity of 1 million liters you can process. So that we don't have enough milk to support that. I think the market is also there. And also Dr. Janak added that it's a 40 billion worth of milk. And this milk industry, though Sri Lanka, my understanding, I am studying, so I'm also in the industry, I'm also personally studying these dynamics as a person interested in academics as well. So I've seen that this is industry to have a good outlook. It is not that it's a negative outlook, like economy that we say it's a negative outlook, positive outlook, whatnot we have. Like, yes, our production may be low right now, but our market access, I would say, I don't have this figure, but I think it has to be very high. Right? Milk is not wasted. There's no complaint right now on an inability to sell milk. Right? So market access is very high. The price of milk is very high. Of course, factory gate exceeds 100 rupees usually. And then you come to that, it's a 40 billion industry. I think the outlook is good. And also there's a demand. In some countries, we know Europe and all.
Someone, I wish we don't have any gazette for milk price soon.
No, those are commercial things, sir. But on that, the Europe, you have quotas brought in for the restriction of milk production. You look at the literature, but we have good prospects. There's more milk demanded in the industry, higher price, and market access is also very high. I think every district, I can't say no where milk is not collected. Right? So we are in a good footprint, and I think the outlook is positive. So I think that is one thing I want to mention. The other one, on the latest one, you asked that on the what do you call smallholders? Yes, I think you have mentioned some. I think very eye-opening figure of this AI milk. Sometimes even the general public, I think one thing forgotten or the top of mind not there is that cows has to be pregnant to give milk. Right? People, when you talk to general public and my old friends and all that, even I know that, okay, cows are there and why the milk and all that. And sometimes it is difficult to comprehend other than in the industry that cow need to be pregnant to be given calving to give milk. So, and the other good thing is that even with the pandemic, I think including us, all the milk processors collected milk unabated. So give the market access even during the most toughest time. So I can't see of any industry in that luxury for the production people. And with that, I think the smallholder area, I think if what you say, sir, the numbers if going to be low on that one, and farmers less focus because the farmers we have to do studies, but there are positive and negative things according to my team. These are not very scientifically proven or research one. That's why we need research in the how the pandemic affect. We see some positive and negative effects. Again, not verified research, but the understand in general, you ask me that I think some farmers positively taken and they think that this is a good livelihood to be in, so that this saved their livelihood even during pandemic. So there is opportunity be in the village and local area and do that as well. But also with this some kind of negativity or kind of a depression, kind of less focus coming into that one, and with dairy and support systems are not working to the ideal of the dairy support system, I think we need to explore. My team say that next year it's going to be tough collecting milk with this situation, but what you share is a new information. I did not know that, but general outlook that farmers are less slightly focused on the investing on farms, taking bank loans, and all sort of things, kind of a slowdown. So which will actually, with the current milk cycle over, I think certainly it's going to be affecting our milk supply is our understanding right now. Beyond that, we require a lot of investigation and research now on the point you mentioned, sir.
Yeah, thank you. That's I can I am not a person who go behind the questions. So I have always tried to have a kind of answer. So I emphasize to the DAPH and also ministry to have a vigorous promoted AI program for next 4 months, at least for then we can recover this. So the situation. So we actually we have 3 more months for this year. So we do need have to immediately we have to from 1st October to 31st December we have to accelerated AI program for the whole country with fully potential. We have to put at least maybe a couple of million. Even I requested the ministry to intervene and give some money to this AI intervention from next 3 months. Unless it is a very destructive results will be results as correctly summoned. So the number of animals will be going to born in there. And other big disaster in the small SME sector is for in the large scale farmers like us. So we have some good animals. So we have milk production, maybe usually as we call 210 days or 300 days milk cycle is usually after that we dry off the animals. But even in our animals, even though not conceiving, they will give milk. In LDV, there are some animals giving 775 days milk. If they are even not pregnant, but they give 15 liters of milk throughout the cycle. Even they got not pregnant. But this is not in field. SME, usually animal get dry very soon. After 7 to 8 months, they will get dry. So there are no production of these animals from this SME level. So therefore, I think there is a vigorous interventions we needed for these 3 months. So at least we can recover some level. That is one of my answers for the question raised by how we mitigate the COVID issue. And one other important thing, as Mr. Saman correctly said, the COVID give kind of sense to the people to look into the production economy rather than going to service economy. So many people want to go to Colombo and have a job, but many now people are like to go back home and village and that involved in some kind of production economy. So that is a one kind of good trend come out from the COVID. But there are pros and cons in COVID, but I think we can convert the COVID as the most positive way. So we have to look at very positive manner. So that is my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Nandamge. There's another question in the chat box. In Sri Lanka, currently shortage of milk is prevailing. Can you provide me with some idea related to the process currently following to avoid this condition, and also why we can't produce more milk powder within the country? What are the obstacles to achieve that level of success? You have already explained that of
Yeah, I think it has explained some level. Actually, the production, we have a capacity there. As correctly said, we can process, I think, 1 million liters per maybe more than 800 liters, 800,000 liters per day, around 1 million per day, but we don't have milk. So only thing we have to have proper upgrading program and proper feeding management and technical intervention like AI. Timing AI is the most important. There are a lot of repeat breeders. We have to do the program. It's a large, actually medium scale farm, so we can do the program, AI programs and synchronization and do the vigorous artificial insemination. These are the things we can mitigate these things. But the problem is we need to commitment is a most important thing.
Thank you, Professor. And there's another question. I think it will go to Professor Janak. Can we get whole nutrients as normal milk products by these plant-based milk products?
Say it again, Dr. Mudanayaka. What is the question? Like I didn't get the question properly.
Okay.
So,
yes.
Compared, like of course, like plant-based, milk. I wouldn't call them as milk. Of course, then of course, as Dr. Seneka said very correctly, we have to even write it using different letters. And, as I got, from your question, the nutritional composition of the milk from the animals such as the cows and buffaloes, and how do you compare them with almond milk or maybe the plant-based sources? That is the question. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay.
All nutrients of normal milk, whether it is comparable with the plant-based milk.
Yeah, a good question. If I answer, indeed, completely different, I would say. For example, if you take, for example, animal milk, and the animal milk, basically consists of, for example, casein and whey, proteins are there. And of course, if you take, the calcium is there as a major mineral source. And of course, phosphorus could be also there. And if you take, for example, plant-based, sources, completely different type of, the proteins are there. Their functionalities and, their functional characteristics could be completely different. So if we try to, use them to make, various kinds of, products, then obviously we may not be able to, get the same sort of, characteristics. For example, cheese out of, this kind of, I wouldn't call them as real milk. And of course, the sort of, the plant-based, product to make, the coagulated product, obviously the characteristics would be different. In terms of, the nutritional aspects also, they are kind of, different. So because, the kind of, the proteins that are there, and of course, as I said, the minerals, and for example, the cow's milk is rich in calcium and phosphorus. And I don't think, unless we fortify them, of course, we can incorporate, the calcium and phosphorus, minerals into, these kinds of products. Naturally available bansa, we cannot compare. And the other one is, of course, the bioavailability. Obviously, like very often we know that sometimes, we say, like this much of, protein is there. And but what about the bioavailability? So the bioavailability we measure by, biological value. So how much which is going to be digested and absorbed and utilized within the system. So always, the animal-based, products are having higher biological value compared to, the plant-based products. In that sense, I would say we cannot always, compare them. But, like for a niche market, for example, if a person is, having sort of a problem like, lactose intolerance, right? So in that case, obviously we can, utilize this kind of, milk-based products, because in that case, the lactose is not there. So he or she may be able to tolerate. And of course, he or she may be having certain concerns regarding, use of, various kinds of, animal-based products due to certain reasons, because some people are very concerned about, welfare aspects, and then carbon footprint, and you name all these things are there now, water footprint and so on. So in that case, of course, we can have plant-based, product as alternatives. But my argument is, obviously the animal-based, basically the cow milk, buffalo milk, goat milk, their nutritive value is much better in terms of, availability and utilization ability. As I said, biological value.
Yeah, that's uncomparable, right? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. There's a question in the similar direction. Are there usage of local plant extractions in Sri Lanka for the fortification of milk powder? If so, can you provide me some examples? Just asking whether are there any local plant extractions used as a fortification of milk powder?
So, I mean, shall I answer the question, or someone else would like to answer the question?
You can answer, please. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, fortification of, milk powder, I don't think so. Basically, the milk powder is basically you take, milk, and then obviously you evaporate, and you, let's say, get around 40 to 40% of, dry matter, and then you do the spray dry. So then, of course, you get, more than 95% of, dry matter. That is how you make, the powdered milk. And in that case, like we should not add anything else into the milk. Basically, if I understood the question very clearly, the plant-based product means, to replace something in the milk, or what? If that is the case, I don't think there is a provision according to Sri Lankan Food Act. We cannot, replace something in the milk with, something else and call it as, the milk powder. So we have to be very careful with those terms, because, I mean, we have a very good Food Act, like I think which was introduced in 1980, and we are following these, regulations. If a manufacturer is going to, like make a product, and of course that particular product should comply with, all these, food regulations. So therefore, like removing something and adding, something into that one, it's not going to work. And so basically that is not happening as far as I know. If someone is doing that kind of thing, of course it is illegal, and somebody can take him or her to courts.
Thank you, Mr. Chan. And I would like to actually do a kind request from the ANS students particularly. Rather than posting your questions, you can actually unmute yourself and ask questions or raise hand, please. There's another question. Hi, I'm from Ankundure Dairy Farm, 10 years doing dairy farming. I think we need to improve breeding, feeding, and training skilled workers. Yeah, that's a statement, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I have already answered the question.
Okay, good. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah. I would like if any students can ask your questions rather than posting. Thank you very much.
Dr. Mudannaika, there is someone, can I ask question?
Sure. Yeah. You go to
That is Dr. Jagat.
Yeah, he's expert. Yeah,
Yeah.
he can tell something.
No, actually, I have two questions.
yes.
One is this is the actually the very good like a COVID situation, the promoting the Sri Lankan dairy through the university like universities. Thing is what I noticed with my dairy experience, I think someone also know this thing, because we are talking about a lot of lot of technologies, like a best practice for farmers, but what we know at the field level, there's a huge gap, the extension gap. Because as the Dr. Mahagamike mentioned, the 90% milk coming from smaller farmers. So our farmers are like when we are comparing the 95% farmers are not doing the best practice. As example, everybody know milk contain 87 to 90% water. But still our farmers not giving the water for cows. We are talking about the 24 hours water. Still we are talking about the calf separation. But in Sri Lankan level, most of dairy farmers, they are not separating the calves. So you are talking about a lot of good technology, but still our farmer level, field level, they are doing the malpractice. So we are we got the already I think around 400,000 milking cows. So they are giving now around I think 9 million liters per I think 900 I think 900 million milk per day. So without the best practice. So do you have any plan to improve the extension service to the farmers?
Yeah, shall I partly I can address, I think partly Professor Janak also can make some comments.
Sure.
Yes, Dr. Jagat. Now, now one of the most important thing, the field level is all veterinary and agriculture and graduates and diploma holders are there. And they are all some of our batchmates, some of our seniors, some of our students. Right? So I think the delivery is the issue. The delivery, the purpose, extension delivery doesn't happen. No. That is the reality. No, that is the farmer level. Nobody will go and tell even veterinarian or LDI or whatever the extension, private or government, that the most important message will not deliver to the grassroots level. So I think this must be addressed. There are, Department of Animal Production and Health is and provincial DAPH is I think a grassroots level. Those who approach to the, I think, farmers. I agree 100%. There is a huge extension gap. I think as far as so I think Janak can explain how I think this should be addressed immediately, unless otherwise we are talking years and years and years, self-sufficiency, nothing will happen. So therefore, this extension gap should be filled immediately. So that must be private AI technician or government or whoever. I don't know. I don't mind. This is if a cat is catch the mice is whether I don't mind it is a clay cat or real cat. But that should be happen. No. So I think, what do you think about now I think the Fonterra, they all are doing great job. They Milko, Nestle, they have private extension services and they try to do. I think we have to improve this. I think not just giving everything for government. So I think we have to do the private sector involvement for this purpose. I think that is the most important thing. And so that is one of my idea. But even, there is when we come to the industry, we always impress the private sector for financing. But when you go to the extension service, sometimes there is some kind of resistance from some sectors. So that is also, I think this is kind of diversity in this country has a problem. We have less diverse people. So I think we want to, that is the most important. Universities has a big role to give the essence of this diversity to the student. Now, for most of 8 universities, agriculture university in this country, maybe I don't know whether Uavellas is having their own agriculture farm. I'm also one of the dean of the faculties of the agriculture. How many agriculture faculties run their own farms profitably? How many agriculture universities run their own farm, faculty farm, research farm, teaching farm, whatever it is, profitably? I think none. We are teaching, we are telling for our sheikh, our is not a farm, our is a research farm or teaching farm. We try to escape as academics. We try to escape by the giving. We all are doing online, online or distance. We are just giving a command to the farm supervisor or farm manager to do this thing, that thing. No lecturer will attend into the farm activities. This is my experience, own experience, right? So we are teaching our students profitable farming, sustainable farming, but the students are learning unsustainable farming system, right? You can correct me if someone is doing very sustainable farming agriculture universities, so you can come up with that. So I really appreciate that in Fonterra, they started a very nice farm in Fannala. They are showing the farmers how to run a profitable farming, how to do the pasture cultivation, how can do the milking. So I think so we have to do things sustainably and profitably in front of our students. We are giving a Singalan kiwot, api ara අසාර්ථක ගොවිපලක් ළමයට පෙන්නලා ළමයට කියන අවුට්ටල ගිහිල්ලා profitable farming කරන්න කියනවා. So I think there is some problem in whole system. So I think that we cannot change that immediately. So I think we need extension service, our own places, have to improve our farms, and then we have to send our student back to the society of farm to make the farm entities profitable. This is my personal view. So extension service has collapsed. Whatever things, so university itself has collapsed. We have no communication. We have no empathy. We have no emotional intelligence. We are not teaching them. So I think the teaching program, we are fighting each other. Sometimes veterinary faculty, agriculture faculty, they are fighting each other. So this is not an area to fight each other. We have to work together. That's why I always say One Health is very, very important. So we have to not to demarcate, this is for you, that is, no, we should have the team should have to develop the agriculture in this country. So that is the way how can come up with, even we want to fill the gap. So we have to work together. The work divided, no, there is a gap is further expanding. So we want to work together to fill the gap. So I think that is a way. And so we have to prove, we must prove we are doing profitable farming in uni. So you also must do the profitable farming, or you will be the good entrepreneur. අපේ ෆාම් එකේ තියෙන අර කිරි වැස්සිකෙන් අවුරුදු 8ක් විතර වයස අවුරුදු 10ක් විතර වයසෙන් කිරි ලීටරයක් ගන්න ගමන් කවදවත් අපේ ළමෙක් කැමති වෙනවා don't like to be a dairy entrepreneur. So we have to change this attitude. We have to bring to the luxuries to the university faculty farms, and so we have to bring some light to the students. So this is good. Now I really appreciate what the farm they have, someone they are having. It is very, outlook is really nice. So that is most impressive. But when I go to the farm, none of these, NLDB last 45 years, NLDB doesn't have calf pens for last 40 years. So even with any large scale farms in the world, in first site, they bring the visitors to the calf side. Calf in the no, we don't have calf pens. So without managing proper calf management, how could we have a good breedable animals? So we lost at the very beginning. Now, for example, I'm real statistics with us. So our farms, most of farms in Sri Lanka, calf will get double the weight, birth weight after by weaning. It is really nice. Double the birth weight by weaning, but after the weaning, next 12 months, animal get runted. They won't get, as we know, from weaning, after the weaning to the heifer, animal will have the daily production, daily weight gain is around 700, 850 grams per day. None of we get this weight gain. Without weight gaining, first conception and a first calving interval like adu karannu. So we cannot do that. So we have to manage. So we have country without, for example, if a lamek company in api gedara lameta andumak mahano totillak hadano, we are doing everything for the sake of the child. Like that, even Sri Lankan dairy, we have to teach our farmers and even large farms, we should have to first we have to rear calf management, and heifer management is a must. Is the most important. Heifer management and calf management. Then I think we have to fill the gap in calf and heifer management. And someone, Dr. Jagat correctly said, we have, religious and whatever the empathy, and can we let animal to feed by mother. So we have to change these attitudes. So make up a farm. So university, if you have university farm, for day first, we have to separate calf from the mother. We have to teach this technology to our graduate. Then only they will practice. University farm, so you can separate and feed the bottle feed into cattle. They don't know how to feed cattle in bottle. So I think so. This is my experience. So Professor Janak, someone can add something?
With your permission, Chairperson, Madam, can I add something regarding this extension services? Because there was a question like raised by Dr. Jagat. Of course, as Professor Mahagamage said, we shouldn't. We should get together. That is the most important thing. We can't, put the blame on this person, that person. That is the first thing that we all need to understand. Government, private sector, NGOs, everyone should get together and we should work together for the betterment of this particular country. That is number one. So number two, of course, Department of Animal Production and Health obviously had a kind of, very nice, system. Let's say obviously the veterinarians are there, and then of course the extension officers are there, LDIs are there, and if you look at all these different categories, they are having their own sort of let's say SOPs, like standard operation procedures, and also job tasks are there. So if we try to do everything like by one particular person, if I try to do everything by myself, for example, extension, basically, handling, the animals and everything, then that is not going to work. So basically, we must, diversify. For example, of course, there is no doubt that, like the field level veterinarians are extremely important. So they have a huge role. Now, for example, how to do, the AI and at what stage, we have to do diagnosing of, diseases, prescribing, correct kind of, drugs and so on. And all these things should under the control of, veterinarians. There's no doubt about. So on the other hand, of course, there may be another group, so who may be able to, do sort of, extension activities at the field level. It could be extension officer, or it could be an LDI. So we have to strengthen, these the manpowers at the Department of, Animal Production and Health. That is what we should do. Now, as far as I have understood, now private sector organization, they have their own, extension officers, and they are doing, all these, activities much better than in the government sector organization. So somehow we have to strengthen that particular part within the government organization by, improving the manpower, and by designating, various kinds of, tasks for different, categories of, people. That is what we need to do. To answer, the second question, of course, which was, raised by Professor Mahagamage, whether we are, running our university farms and things, profitable manner, and are we giving, kind of sort of, let's say, our students, can they basically, sort of, get some sort of, good advice, or are we going to be role models? I'm sorry, Professor Mahagamage, I have to, disagree with up to certain extent with you. And we run our, for example, our university farm, and we have 2 sales centers, and we are getting a lot of, income from these 2 sales centers by, making various kinds of, dairy products. And it's very profitable. And if you look at, how much we have learned during last few years, it is there in the university accounts. And of course, students can, get hands-on practical experiences, and we can run this kind of, models without any problems. But bear in mind, when it's come to teaching farms, we cannot run everything in a profitable manner. For example, if you take, micro livestock units. Now, here in Sri Lanka, we don't have a huge demand for certain products. If we try to, expand this kind of things, and if we try to, use them in our farms, then we may be able, we may not be able to, utilize them properly. So that is what it is happening. So sometimes certain production units are running at highly profitable manner. Certain production units are not running at highly profitable manner, because we are keeping these, units mainly to, teach our students and to show them, demonstrate them, to get, some sort of, hands-on practical experiences. It doesn't mean that, we are running, all our farms in an unprofitable manner. I'm sorry, you can talk to our head of the department, and I'm sure he will be able to, answer maybe this particular question much better than me. Of course, value addition. With value addition, I'm pretty sure we will be able to, run these units profitably. Thank you.
I wish to add. Yeah, I wish to add one thing, if I have 1 minute, madam. Yeah, because I know personally also Jagat is a advocate of this profitable farming and promoting that on the farmer as a business. I have personally also learned a lot from him. And one thing I wish to mention about Dr. Janak, Professor Janak mentioned in his earlier presentation that farmer too doesn't like to call farmers but entrepreneurs and all that. With all these flows, only one point I wish to highlight from this innovation perspective, sir, that because whatever we have challenges, we have government, private sector extension, some services on ground has been there. There may be flaws in that sometimes, but also I wish to highlight one point, that is from farmer to producer to entrepreneur requires a mindset change. Now, farmers also should be asking the question, if I am the producer or in our factories, in our plants, we look at our KPIs, we look at our profitability, we look at our efficiency levels and all sort of things that require kind of a mindset change from just to be a farmer and doing this one and come to producer level. So I've shared this with even earlier with Jagat and now with my team also. We go and organize training, but it's seldom that farmers reach us. Seldom that farmers come and say, yeah, I have a problem, I want to learn this area. I don't think I'm doing well in this area. I wish to understand more. It's very seldom. So that's what I propose with all that, sir, what you said. One small area also I think we should not forget is that research into, that's what I propose, research into that. What is this mindset? How can we somehow to transform this from this farmer to producer to entrepreneur mindset, which requires certain characteristics, traits, at least in some positive manner on that. I have my personal experience. I have not traveled like you, but I have twice been to Thailand some years back. to some farms, maybe 20, 30 farms I would have visited for different quality purposes auditing. They are the farmers, they talk. Say, I remember in one farm right now, this prompted me, remember that he showed us, he had, I think 75 or so herd. Yeah, I have divided this into two and I got some New Zealand semen. I went to New Zealand and brought it here and I'm doing a trial with this set of animal, and this the other set. Kind of they experiment things, they do things on that. Here we government and all we support. I think this mindset change, at least my own understanding is that to keep the vibrancy in this industry now. For example, not a personal comment, but so you all that Professor Manjula to Dr. Janak to keep in this knowledge and discussions and keeping that vibrancy and in the industry touch to the entire industry. Similarly, I think from the food producer level, we require at least, my understanding, we say 300,000 farmers, 200,000 farmers, then we say 75,000 farmers, at least some 5,000 to 10,000 farmers of throughout the country having this vibrant mindset, positive approach, and with right industry outlook had seeds of the innovation and seeds of dairy promotion is one angle also, I think.
Very much, sir.
Dr. Mudannayaka, can you give me a 30 seconds? So just to
go.
Okay?
Yeah, sure.
Professor Janak, so I just sorry if you mistook. Generally, I have highly regard on animal science farm. There's nothing on that. But generally, what my opinion is, that is the role model. We should have to give profitable farming. I know I totally agree. All these sectors like micro livestock, but at least, average. There are a couple of profitable, like you have, when Rajaguru sir started this yogurt production, and, it's a really nice one. So we also has that sense on that. And we are the last batch we learned from animal science farm here at the veterinarians in 2000. So we have huge regard. That's why I always encourage every agriculture farm should have this profitable farming ventures in your own university. Even Sabaragaon, we are having broiler chicken production, animal fresh ornamental fish production. All the milk production. Maybe all these projects may be profitable, but at least few projects at least profitable. It gives a real sense for the student rather than just teaching or research farm. So that is my idea. Thank you.
Can I ask my second question?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. First, I think as Dr. Mahagame explained, actually we don't have the the proper model farm for any universities. I mean, if I am farmer, I want to go and see how to run the profitable farm. But Dr. Janath already explained that farm profitable with the value-added product. But my question is when you go into the New Zealand, Lincoln University and Massey, both they are showing the farmers this is the way doing the farm. They are always farmer challenge. Farmer if we need anything to get the idea, they are straight to go into the Massey or Lincoln. So with the Dr. Mahagame, I think he means that even he can do the NLDB farm also same. Any model for to show the farmer. I think the Fonterra, when I was that time, someone also know we tried to do that one because we already tried we brought the best practice with the local animals. We introduced the animal welfare. We got the local animals 20 liters per cow average with the local animal. So I think that maybe this forum are good for you have to think that way to improve your university farm model for farmers, not only for the student.
Thank you, Dr. Jagat. I totally agree with you. Can I add something to what you said? And of course, I have seen, the same concept, in many other countries. Actually, the private sector, public sector partnerships are there. For example, in universities, like the universities are not running all these, the farms alone. So basically the private sector is, basically helping them. So if the private sector is, like willing to, have utilize, this kind of a farm for their, the farmers in the the milk collecting network, they can freely utilize. But the private sector should be able to, somehow, provide some sort of, funding and basically upgrade the existing system. So then in that case, we can have a very nice private sector, public sector partnerships. So the government sector alone cannot do all these things. We should work together. For example, in the Netherlands, I have seen the same concept. It is working very well. I mean, basically there are, the training institutes. I mean, the private sector organizations, they are the people, who usually go and, develop the facilities to run certain, the research activities. And basically it is a sort of a win-win situation. I mean, I would say, we have to have that kind of a model here in Sri Lanka as well. So that is what I just wanted to add to what Dr. Jagat said. Thank you.
May I add
My second question,
Jagat's question? So is this okay, Madam Dr. Mudannayaga?
We will go faster. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so actually as a PPP, private practice partnerships, actually we with the Fonterra, Fonterra group of companies, actually they are Fonterra Sri Lanka was very, very, very positive on that. We have a couple of discussions. I think if someone remembers, we had many discussions. Also, they have now started a link with the Sabaragamu University. They have developed a lot of facilities. And we, as a NLDB, we are trying to keep touch with this model with the Fonterra. It's a Pandala farm and our Siringa path, and we were in middle of this, COVID havoc, and most of things were a little bit, delayed due to this. But we actually that model farming system should be developed. Yeah, I totally agree with Dr. Jagat. And so we are on the verge of initiating this kind of, I think next year or so. So we could do some good collaboration. We want as an LDB and Fonterra, and also Fonterra will support this university system as well. And so we are going to train farmers and give win-win situation, both industry and country and sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And there's one raised hand from Ms. Dhuranjali Disanayaka. I'm not sure she's still here. Yeah, can you ask your question after unmuting yourself? Ms. Dhuranjali Disanayaka. Yes, go on.
I want to know about the consumer awareness regarding A2 milk and the cell-based milk in the global context and the Sri Lankan context.
Okay, thank you. Maybe as Dr. Senaka is not here with us, Professor Janak wanted to answer that question.
Dr. Mudannayaga, so this A2 milk concept, it's still, it is a debatable sort of, area. If you basically do a literature search, some people are saying, yes, A2 milk basically having a lot of health benefits. So therefore, we need to promote this particular concept. I mean, this was originated, some time back. And as Dr. Senaka very correctly mentioned, beta-casein A1 and beta-casein A2. So these two are two genetic variants. So basically, what I would like to say is, certainly we need to understand a little bit more about this particular concept. Right? Some people are saying, yes, there is a very clear-cut effect of, this kind of, A2 milk to reduce non-communicable diseases, and it is really good for our human health and so on. On the other hand, some people are saying, no, it is a mixture of, both, and therefore very difficult to understand the real benefits out of, let's say, you need to think of cost of production as well. My personal opinion is certainly we must do a lot of research on this particular area. We need to identify, for example, the kind of the A2 gene which is exists in our genetic pool within the country. So then only we should be able to, basically do this kind of interventions, not abrupt, changes. We should not do that kind of thing. Then of course, it is not going to benefit at all. Maybe it is going to be another white elephant. So that is what I believe. So as I said, if you basically search, literature on this particular aspect, some people are saying against for this one. Some people are saying, yes, there are certain benefits. It's a kind of a debatable situation, and we have to analyze the situation very carefully. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. There's another raised hand from Ms. Sanditi Fernando. You can unmute yourself and ask your question. Ms. Sanditi? Or Ms. Fernando? Connection is not Sakti. Okay, while she get the connection, yeah, I will move on to another question, which would, I believe, we can give a quick answer. In here it says, I'm currently a manufacturer of a dairy production. Sanditi, yeah, please, I will ask another question until you get your connection cleared.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. You want to ask the question? Yeah. Okay. I will ask this question. This question says, I'm currently a manufacturer of a dairy production. It says, I'm hoping to start my own dairy farm with 10 cows at the beginning, so that I can use our own milk for the production. Where can I get the support and guidance?
So I'm not really the exact person to answer that question, but I know there are a lot of supportive systems in Ministry of Livestock, Farm Promotion and Egg and Milk related ministry. So I think there are a 50% calf supply. So NLDP will usually supply calf heifers for them. They can discuss with the regional veterinary office, and they have application. And I think they will give, maybe financial support through the banks and so on. So that is, I think, production and other things. I think also there are a lot of education programs from the DAPH, so promoting the small scale dairy farming.
Okay, thank you. There's another raised hand from Mr. Jagat Khankanamge. Mr. Jagat.
Yeah, I have question from Dr. I want to ask question from Dr. Himali regarding to this gas emission one, because the green gas emission one, because in Sri Lanka most of dairy farmers depend on using high concentrate compared with the, especially New Zealand, because New Zealand most of depend on the green grass. That is the most impact of the more methane production. But when we are using the more concentrate, that's not effect, because Sri Lankan, we are already starting talking about the green grass emission. That is the right time to be talk, because our farmers are still not using much grass. They are, most of farmers depend on the concentrate diet. Did you have done any research about those areas in Sri Lanka?
Thank you very much for the question. Regarding Sri Lankan condition, yes, that's true. More than using these forages or roughage sources, we are using more concentrate. That's true. But with the global change, I think the effect, we also have to face those effects. So we cannot escape from these global challenges. So with that, I think we have to prepare for these emissions, and especially I think the estimation of these emissions. We do not have much facilities to check the emissions and to quantify the amounts. So I think it's high time to find information and to adapt to this kind of things, and it will be facilitate the future adoption of the climate smart dairy farming too. I think you got my point.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Himali. And there's another raised hand from Ms. Nayana Narayan. Are you here with us?
Yeah. So I am Associate Professor Nayana Narayana from Pune University. Actually, I am not asking directly a question, but some information regarding what I have also observed during my research regarding adulteration and also okay, first I will talk about this adulteration. Actually, I did some research in Southern Province and found that this adulteration is very limited in Sri Lanka anyhow. But actually at farmer level, I didn't do that. But in when they reached this chilling centers and collecting centers, I took samples and then examined. But I didn't found, actually we use qualitative tests and I didn't found much adulteration on these milks, because in chilling centers also they are checking the milk. So I think farmers, when they bring to the milk chilling centers, actually we found this only detergents were there and water is added. So we didn't use cryoscopic method, but only we have found that detergents were there. That is also, I think it is the farmers are not concerned much about this, whatever the cleaning of the, proper cleaning of the vessels they are using. Because some detergents can be remained there. So that is why, and I published a paper also in a journal, but still it is not in the internet, online it is not available. And another thing is that most of the farmers, they do not do this afternoon milking, the evening milking, because I think some of the farmers, I noticed while I was traveling to farmers, they freeze the milk. But when freeze the milk, that is a big problem actually, because this freezing, it will affect the protein structure of the proteins will be denatured. So then the milk product quality will be affected. So even though we say that the farmers don't freeze the milk, but they don't they don't have any solution for that problem. The other thing actually, then actually Mr. Saman and also Janak sir, my teacher, so they can share the ideas. So Professor Janak told that farmers, he would like to say as entrepreneurs. Actually, we also like. But the problem is, if every farmer in our country, we know that we have small scale farmers. So if every farmer want to be an entrepreneur, it's a problem. And then I don't know your ideas, sir, but you can explain. And also, in some cases, actually, when we go to buy a yogurt from the market, sometimes this I am not buying. That is, it is, I don't know whether I am wrong. When there is a commercial level scale yogurt and a small scale yogurt, so I will definitely go for the commercial scale yogurt, because in some research findings we have done very early, we found that this small scale yogurt, it has quality problems. So definitely I'm going to buy that large scale processors yogurt. So I just want to know your opinion on these things. Mr. Saman and Professor Janak sir, you can just clarify.
Professor Janak, I start with on the milk side, and you can add on to that with all your expertise. Yes, you are right. I mentioned in my presentation this. I took an example only for, it's not to say that it's an issue here, to highlight the need for research to the point that also you mentioned that we know this adulteration talk is mainly coming from India, that it's so much, some areas milk is adulterated that people take cows into homes and do milk in such stories also there. So, but first of all, we want to know in research level, the level of prevalence, if at all, whether it is a very low level, it's a moderate level, and if at all not there. But our estimate, because we are collecting milk, we have our own risk management systems. We have introduced some latest state-of-the-art equipment at chilling center levels to milk fingerprinting, but not all that equipment, Baxomatics, and to screen milk, because the assurance is a number one. But I mentioned this need for engage in that area to develop in one area research. It's an opportunity for research. It's ongoing need to develop test methods which can be used on ground so that farmers are kept on check. Or that not only farmers, there are in the system, there are milk collectors also. Not that every farmer directly come into the chilling center and give milk. It's not happening everywhere. So that usually some farmers directly come to chilling center because of the distance. There are people who collect milk and supply some 50 liters, 100 liters. Then there are some small societies. So in the dynamic system, there could be bad people, bad elements that, so therefore, when we collect milk from large number of people, it's not that we directly buy from one farm or 10 farms, that because of the small holder nature, all the processors buy from small holders, that's the 90% of milk. And that continuous assurance that everything is under control, everything is managed, is important. So that's why as an element only, I mentioned that it's our estimate is that it's not that bad. That though we have introduced a lot of equipment and all that, we keep on check every time at MCC level with this fingerprinting technology. But I think there's a good area for research for students to identify the ever-growing need at farm level to test milk. So that is there. So that's number one. Professor Janak, you can add on to that.
Well, if I add what you said, Mr. Saman, I don't know how Professor Narayan, of course, I know her really well, how she has conducted this particular study. Of course, when we are going to, analyze, milk adulterants, if we are going to collect, at farmer levels, obviously, if they know that, we are going to collect, milk for checking the adulterants, definitely they are not going to add. So the other question is basically, of course, most of our farmers, they adopt very good agricultural, good hygienic, good veterinary, good manufacturing practices. But imagine if one farmer is going to add, something into a, let's say, 2 liters, and then of course this is going to mix with the bulk amount, let's say, 40 liter or 60 liter milk. So what will happen to the entire lot? So that is the concern. I think that is where, manufacturers are very concerned. So basically in the end, one farmer can make, something wrong, which could, leads to, basically diminishing the entire operation. So that is where we have to, do the screening. And if we do, for example, qualitative checks, of course, there are a lot of, the qualitative checks that are there to check the adulterants. We can check, no doubt about it. But the best thing is we must, sometime, quantify. For example, with our knowledge, what we have noticed, Professor Narayana, even, we have a small, milk collection network here in Peradeniya. And, sometimes, we have to be very careful with our farmer network. They know that, they are giving milk to us, despite the fact that, like sometimes they are adding certain things into milk, right? So we are checking the quality of the milk. And of course, we found, sometimes certain adulterants are there. Obviously, we shouldn't, we shouldn't say that all our farmers are doing that. So somehow we need to do the screening, and we need to, like check all these, the milk regularly. Then only they know that, we are checking, and therefore we need to, like prevent adding anything into the milk. So that is what we need to do. And there was one question regarding these entrepreneurs. So the reason why I wanted to, brought up, that particular issue is the term, like dairy farmer is not very attractive. So now if you go to, many other countries, and of course, their, of course, system is completely different. Now our system is completely different. Now, if you go to New Zealand or Australia or Netherlands or even US or Canada, of course, we cannot compare, our system with, their system. So basically, like our farmers, now if you talk, like our young generation, if I ask them, like, would you like to be called as a farmer? And I'm pretty sure they don't like to be called as, farmers. So that is why, somehow, we need to change their mindset also. We need to attract them to, like this particular lucrative business operation. So in order to do that, at least, we have to change, certain things. Like, for example, we know that the term entrepreneur is a very catchy thing. Sometimes, some people I know, for example, my own, graduates who have passed out from our university, they have started this particular business, and they are doing it very well. And they are very happy to be called as, entrepreneurs. They are not doing rocket science. They are just, like following this Kirimama concept. So basically, they are getting a lot of profit out of this particular business. What I said was, at least if we can change part of the farmers into, these entrepreneurs, then obviously, we will be able to change something. We will be able to, change their mindset. We will be able to attract, basically young generation to this particular very important area in our country. That is what I said. I hope I have answered you, Professor Narayana. Of course, we are very good friends, and obviously we will be able to talk and discuss this particular matter later. Thank you.
Yes, actually, just I want to little add. Actually, this adulteration issue, the testing should be carried out regularly, as Professor Janak mentioned. And also this, in the second case, value addition, that quality is the problem, just I am telling with these entrepreneurs. Because we maybe in small scale, they don't have much facilities, laboratory facilities to check. That is what I want to highlight. And they are normally, I know that some of them are vanished from the business. And regarding other thing, that freezing of milk, that is the freezing of milk, afternoon milk.
You want me to answer that particular question, Professor Narayan? Yeah. I totally agree with you. When you are going to, freeze the milk, basically the structure of the proteins are going to change. That will definitely influence on the quality of the products that we are going to manufacture. If we are going to, manufacture, for example, cheese, so definitely the yield will go down. If we are going to, freeze the milk, and if we are going to, the best way to, manufacture cheese is if we are having, the fresh milk. And of course, we don't need to, like if we are sure that, it's with very good, microbiological quality, which I have seen in, some countries, they don't even pasteurize, and they make, like a cheese out of, like a raw milk, right? And which has a very high demand. Of course, we can't do that here in Sri Lanka. The moment we are going to, freeze the milk, definitely the protein structures are going to change. Definitely that would influence on the quality characteristics of the processed product. That is not advisable at all. We basically recommend, like store milk somewhere around 4 to 6 degrees, not at freezing temperatures. That is the answer that I can give you.
Yeah, that so that we have to facilitate these farmers. That means we have to give some facilities actually.
Yeah, that is what I said, Professor Narayana, in my presentation. I think Mr. Saman also highlighted that we should improve the chilling facilities. For example, not the high-tech ones, of course, at least the solar or maybe immersion chilling techniques, or maybe that Indian model. Likewise, we need to promote, especially in remote areas. Then basically those who don't have access to chilling facilities close by. So then only we will be able to have good quality milk.
Yeah, then we can increase the milk production as well.
Yes, definitely.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Narayana, and also Professor Janak for answering the question. I have another question. Even though we did not discuss, I will raise this question. What is the level of research related to livestock welfare taking place in Sri Lanka? Emerging, topic, I know, but we didn't talk about that.
Dr. Chairperson, Madam, do you want me to answer? Because shall I quickly?
Yes, please. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
There is no doubt that the livestock welfare is a very important area, and of course here at the Peradeniya University, of course we have my colleague Dr. Tusit Samarakon. He is having a PhD in this particular area, and I know Dr. Professor Dalsi Senaratna, and she's from Ruhuna University, and she's working on this particular area. And of course, Sabaragamu University, there is another senior lecturer. I'm sorry, I forgot her name also. I mean, of course, the expertise are there, and they are doing, some sort of, research work on this particular area. There is no doubt that, animal welfare is very important, and we must do more research on this particular area. And we need to optimize certain conditions, and then only we will be able to once again optimize our sustainable milk production. Thank you.
Dr. Mudannayaka, can I add a little bit for that welfare matter?
Sure, sir. Yeah, thank you.
So thank you very much for that question. For example, for animal welfare, actually we should have to think about the welfare matters in terms of both economy and cow comfort. If you consider the welfare matter alone giving all the benefit to the cow, so then I think these kind of things will be away from the producer. They don't like most of these. They don't want to big inputs for the welfare matters without having economic gain. So we always have to push them into the track with welfare. By doing cow comfort, it will increase your production. So I think we should have to kind of that approach. I think my experience is how these all welfare matters, everything will derive from the developed countries. Once they get the self-sufficiency and fully develop their nations, and also in the greenhouse gas emission matter, the countries, once they come to the maximum development levels, so they put their own restriction for the environmental protection and other welfare related issues. Therefore, we should have to very cautious. We should have very cautious and careful implementation of these things, because these implementations should be entrepreneur or farmer friendly, user friendly implementation. Unless otherwise, this will not be practical. So thank you.
Thank you. And there's another question. Actually, this Mr. Ramesh, he wanted to ask this question from Professor Maganave. What kind of systems are there for removing unproductive animals?
Thank you for question. So it is very debating in Sri Lanka. As we know, we don't need to keep any unproductive animals. It is very, very clear, right? So I am very positive on vigorous culling. That is my way of cattle dairy farming. Unless we can, very beginning also I told, don't mix up with religious beliefs or our personal feelings with farming. That is a very, very important thing. So we NLDB usually is depend on male animals. So usually young animals, we are usually selling. Actually selling means that go to the somebody in middleman rarer. So they will keep these animals for maybe around 300, 400 kilograms, and they will sell for maybe probably meat. You know, the Sri Lanka, one of the self-sufficient industry in this country is a beef industry. Even though we don't like to talk this in openly, these are realities. So we don't have to hide these realities in the society. So, right? Usually Sri Lankan beef requirement is a 30,000 metric tons per year. Right? We usually import only less than 80 to 90 metric tons. They are high quality beef we are importing for the 5-star hotels. Right? Therefore, one of the self-sufficient industry is Sri Lanka is a beef industry. So daily there are around 300 cattle be slaughtered around the Sri Lanka per day. Right? So yeah, usually this is what the practice, but I know there are a lot of illegal slaughtering is there. So therefore, I think the illegal slaughtering should have avoided at any cost. But the culling have to be practiced, otherwise farm is not profitable. So the culling has to be practiced, and farm is not unless otherwise it is not profitable.
May I add something to that, Chairperson, Madam?
Yeah.
And I'm sure Professor Mahagamage can explain it very well. And there is a method, we call it as sex semen. And of course, we can use, sex semen. So in that case, the chances of, like getting, female animals are higher. So if you know that, basically the kind of, semen that we use for artificial insemination, and if we can make sure that it is going to get female animals, and then obviously the chances of getting bull cows will go down. So sometimes some people are doing that one, and of course if we are very concerned about this kind of thing, we may be able to introduce that sort of things in order to reduce certain barriers. That's also there. And I know the cost of production and the success rate and all these things are there. And I'm sure Professor Sumit is an expert in this particular area. He will be able to answer. Thank you.
Yeah, other thing as the sex semen, the one thing, whatever the business goes to, even we can reduce the number of male animals by doing sex semen insemination. But still, we cannot reduce the number of animal culling because of it is a concept in dairy. Otherwise, the dairy will not run in the profitable manner. But there are some argument in Sri Lanka because whether we could offshore these animals. Offshore means we can export our cattle as a beef. So there are a lot of restrictions for that point of view as well. So that's I just want to mention. People are just these are in the political circles. They are discussing without killing these animals, we can offshore business sent in some other countries. So I think it is very sensitive issue. Once we send in these animals from the harbor to some other country, so it will become more sensitive than this current situation. I think we are very, very religious country, and people are very they are very you always think about they are very therefore I'm always think about my advice student, please keep your belief, religious feelings and religious stuff at your home when you come to the business. So I think you have to be honest for your job. So your Lord Buddha has said, you must be honest for your job. We have to work for what we are getting back from salary. So we have to work for it. If you are not doing, if you are a farm manager, it's my opinion, if you are a farm manager, if he is not doing his farming according to the guidelines, so I think he is not doing his job. There is some kind of dishonesty over there. So therefore, I always think like that. So I always say, don't mix up these two things. These are two things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Mahagamage. And there's another question from Ms. Buddhini. In the society, there is a controversy related to the addition of palm oil to milk. Can you provide us with some ideas related to it? Addition of palm oil into milk, and just they need some information regarding that. Maybe so someone can answer that question. So Saman Pereira, would you like to answer that question?
Yeah. No, I think the best person from processing side is to Dr. Janak already explained that that milk, if you process milk into different things, but if you with my knowledge I'm telling that then it is not milk. I mean, then you can't call it like plant milk and you add it's a plant base, you can't say it is milk. Similarly, you can process into different products and all that, and my knowledge is that to be called it a milk, whether it is skim milk or full cream milk, with the terminology of milk, it's you cannot add any other thing other than dairy ingredients. It's only dairy based ingredients, only thing. So it will be different products and different categories. So many things there, from native products to other things. Even we had that is a different, I think, on my understanding.
Another question from Mr. Nirmal. He's asking, in this pandemic situation, Sri Lankan government restricted for importation of milk powder. How can local producers fulfill that gap with milk powder and liquid milk? How can local producers fulfill that gap with milk powder and liquid milk?
Dr. Mudanayaka, I think I have answered that particular question, like when I was delivering my talk. Of course, like at present, of course, if you look at the average, production of a cow in Sri Lanka, which is around, 3 liters, 3.3 liters or something like that. Buffalo, which is around, 2 liters. And if we want to be self-sufficient, as Professor Mahagamage said, we need around 1,200 liters of milk annually, 1,200 million liters of milk annually. So in order to achieve that particular target, and of course we have to basically increase the productivity. Basically per cow or per buffalo basis. That is what I have already explained. And there are certain problems, and there are certain things that we need to do. That is what we have discussed during this particular forum. And my dear sir, Dr. Salia Silva is there, and I'm sure he is a guru of all of us. And I'm pretty sure Dr. Salia will be able to answer that particular question. Salia sir, would you like to answer? Sir, you are muted. Sir, you are muted. So you need to unmute yourself. You need to unmute your.
Okay. Dr. Mudanayaka,
it's really nice to see you, sir. Yeah.
There was a technical problem here in the BGI. I came to a classroom now in the computer unit. Can you run that question again slowly? What we are addressing?
Okay. In this pandemic, he's asking, in this pandemic situation, Sri Lankan government restricted for import of milk powder. How can local producers fulfill that gap with milk powder and liquid milk?
That is, we are talking in economic sense. There's a term called import substitution. That is, what has been imported, the person who raised the question wants to know when the imports are being stopped voluntarily or due to a reason, how it can be substituted locally. So, is there a way other than producing it simply? You cannot keep that responsibility or requirement away and talk of import substitution. Now, we should know during the Second World War, many commodities, industrial raw materials, food industry, or even the military industrial complex had a problem of running a war far away from their own countries. With the food supply for the forces, soldiers, mostly infantry. So it has to be addressed. That is, if the supply is stopped or in a war, torpedoed and destroyed along with the ship, it has to be addressed now. For example, I like to bring how soy became a hit in North America when our coconut oil, I'm not going to go for the nutritional aspect of the coconut oil or any other thing, only the supply and demand. When Japanese were torpedoing and destroying all the coconut oil tankers heading North America, they started doing some basic research and trials and started growing soy. That is to substitute the cooking oil, we call trimmings, in the kitchen by getting oil from a vegetable source, not a palm. And as we are animal husbandry, what was left behind of the soy meal after extraction, the soy meal was directly pumped into the animal industry, poultry and ruminant industry. So they didn't give up after the war. They kept the hold on it. Soy was coming from another country initially. And the major conference on soy is held in US now. And so that is as an example. I don't want to harp on that. If the supply is stopped, we have to find a way find the gap of nutritionally or industrially.
Yeah, sure.
I stop.
Thank you very much, sir. Yeah. There's another question in the chat box. He's asking from Dr. Kuleshwar Kumar, even if grass is fed with the efficient utilization, we can increase the productivity, thereby reduce the gas emission. I think it is a statement rather than a question. So, yes, thank you. And there's another question. Someone is asking, what are the research areas regarding forages in Sri Lanka? What are the research potentials or areas regarding forages in Sri Lanka?
Professor Janak, do you want to address it?
Yeah, Professor Janak. Yeah.
Well, you know, it's a kind of, you know, like a huge area to talk about. So when it comes, you know, like forages, as I said, you know, like in my presentation also, if we would like to introduce, you know, new forages to Sri Lanka, before we are going to, you know, introduce them, we need to conduct trials, and, you know, then only we will be able to release them. The other thing is, of course, you know, there are a lot of other things that we could do with the existing ones, which are available in Sri Lanka. For example, when we say, you know, forage sorghum, let's say, you know, forage maize, obviously, when we grow them, you know, in mid-country, and if we grow them, you know, like in up-country, and let's say, you know, in low country, obviously, you know, the yield and other quality parameters may be quite different. Obviously, we have to carry out, you know, field trials. So these things, of course, we need to carry out properly in a scientific manner. So there are a lot of, research work going on this particular area. And there are certain other things like, for example, breeding, which is not happening at the moment. That is why I said, the manpower at Department of Animal Production and Health should improve. And basically, we should have, for example, forage breeders there. So basically, they should be able to, produce good quality, forages which are suitable for our local conditions, and they can carry out, basically adaptation trials under Sri Lankan conditions, and they can release them, of course, in Sri Lanka. That is what, sometime, India is doing. For example, Coimbatore, basically Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, with the support of, the industry, they have developed certain pasture varieties. As I said, the mulatto, which was developed in Colombia. So once again, we have to do adaptation trials. We have to carry out, the trials with existing varieties, and suitability of these, trials under various, climatic conditions, and those things we need to test, and how basically, it is going to influence on the quality with the stage of harvesting and things like we need to elaborate and do. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Janak.
Professor Janak, can I add something? One thing on the producer side, because I have some experience with this smallholder farmers, that one requirement, it is a given though, but it's a current need to maximize, is that our smallholders don't have big land area. So usually it's limited land, quarter acre, half acre maximum, mostly. So that there is a need that it is already done, I suppose, but I think implementation level, how to get the maximum dry matter outage from a given land plot, how to maximize it, and also how to gain it round the year during these droughts and other periods. And that's why we want to promote in our with some farmers that micro irrigation systems and all that. But I see that as a need because of limited land area, that how to maximize dry matter content out of a given land plot.
Yeah, may I add something to that?
Yes, sir. Go on, yeah.
Now, we recently had experience in our province through an NGO about mitigating the drought effect on dairy farming as a field case study. So it is not easy struggling with the weather, even if it doesn't change prevailing weather cycle. And there was an emerging silage manufacturing and supply kind of supply chain. So my feeling is, Mr. Saman said that they are smallholders, land area is limited. In parallel to dairy farming, dairy farmers, the production of forage, fresh form or conserved form, would be established. Maybe the female householders collectively they grow and supply fresh or in other form. So not possible to make hay like in other countries. But so maybe bag silage or whatever as a cash crop in fresh form and trying to integrate them like in the poultry industry. So yes.
Okay.
So I fully agree with you that you reminded me of one experience. Again, I talked earlier on the Thailand, the farms I visited, most are run by women. in Thailand. And actually, in most of the farms, the requirements for feeding, they have some grassland, sure, grass plots, but other things like silage, and they use a lot of manioc and soya, they all are supplied by different set of suppliers, so that their feed preparation and handling is a bit easy. They spend less time on dairy farming. So thank you for mentioning that.
Yes, now, I'm glad to hear. Now, that means in Thailand, there's a thriving dairy industry. Is it? There's a development.
No, sir. They are also, to my knowledge, I've been there many years back. Right now, I don't know, but in some part, their dairy is concentrated in one area mainly, and there's an advantage. But they are not producing enough for the country, but still thriving and experimenting, and they are trying to increase the productivity in a big way.
Yeah, because why I'm asking is this: when my student was reading for a master's degree in AIT, she called me and asked me, "Sir, how can I find a sample of whey in Thailand? Whey." She couldn't. So I managed to get some whey in powder form. Now she is a professor in North Dakota or somewhere. So they didn't have any dairying at all. They all going for beef. Milk products were imported for the tourism from outside. That's why I said, so hardly any dairy farming was there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There's another question from Harshini. The National Livestock Breeding Policy was put forward a few years ago. The renewal of the policy was not happened. This may cause for the stagnation of breeding. Can you provide some idea regarding this?
May I, shall I stop?
Go on.
Dr. Mudannayak, am I okay?
Yes,
may I
comment? Please.
Yeah,
please.
So, yeah, as a member of the National Animal Breeding Committee, so we are under review of the current, the policy was put into the pen in 2011 when Dr. Chandrasiri was in the DG Director General. But now still actually that policies are 90% valid. Right? So there is no argument, but there are few things should be, especially the new, now we are now introducing Girilando semen, and also we are now putting into the gear semen. But these things are not actually well documented in those breeding policies. So I think also the intensive farming, very highly intensive farming like Ridiyagama operations and some other operations, like not elaborate anywhere in the breeding policy. So I think we had a first meeting after, very recently last month. So we are in view that it should be readdressed some level. But I think, of course, the breeding policy, the countries, I don't think there is a big issue. Even it is like we have to practice what we are saying is, so we have to practice the breeding policy, the coconut triangle breeds, and how can we incorporate temperate blood for the coconut triangle? How are we going to incorporate Parisian or Jersey blood into the dry zone? What are the breeds are going to rear in upcountry? So these are well documented. I don't think there is a huge lapse, but there are a couple of lapses. But I don't think it may not be a huge problem for current industry. It is a policy level decision, and we want to introduce like new things like there is a mainly discuss about artificial insemination and natural breeding, but like there are now technologies are emerging like multiple ovulation, like things we can introduce only for these are nuclear farming and allied development. But I think generally I can say the current breeding policy do not have much problem. right now, it doesn't make any disturbance to the ongoing. The problem was in dairy industry in Sri Lanka is we have not adapted the breeding policy so far. That is the problem. If we adapted to that, now actually we are in good shape by this time. But unfortunately, we are hanging around the various decisions, and so that may be the problem. So I think the breeding policy must not be drastically changed. It is of course fine in shape, but there are few things may be added. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And I mean, there are questions actually. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. I will ask most probably the last question. Someone asking, that's Mr. Anton Pereira, is asking, majority are small-scale farmers who run their farms at subsistence way and intentionally leaving behind milk for their calves. Don't we need a strong extension service to change this attitude of the farmers and milk animals for the full potential provided with good management? You want me to? Is the question clear?
Yeah. I think it is, Professor Janak has discussed this matter earlier as well.
Yeah, we have already discussed. I think, I mean, of course, if you are going to leave milk, definitely we will not be able to get the required amount. So I'm sure, I could remember when I was sitting at, Salias's lecture, he was explaining us, how to do milking from animals, right? I mean, obviously, it is a matter of fact that, how much we are going to get out of the animal in the end. Whatever the genetic potential, we need to get out of the animal. I mean, if we are trying to, leave it and then definitely it will influence on the productivity and the production. Of course, why people are doing this one, I think we have already discussed. And of course, we need to improve our extension service, and there is no doubt about that. And I think I have already answered that particular question. Of course, there are different levels. The veterinarians are there, LDIs are there, extension officers are there, and we need to, strengthen their, services. Now, I mean, of course, the extension officers cannot do, the veterinarian's job. And of course, the veterinarians cannot do, LDI's job, and vice versa. So basically, we have to identify everyone's, job descriptions very clearly, and we need to instruct them very clearly. Okay, this is what you are supposed to do, and we need to, improve the extension service at grassroots level. That is what I said already. I think Professor Anton, I know him quite well, and he's from the University of Ruhuna. Thank you.
So one thing I like to add. So there's some of my experience in some of the Africa and some other countries. So if people are really reluctant to give up the calf from the mother, so there are some places in some villages they have common calf rearing units immediately after born. So after colostrum feeding, there's a system has developed. They will hand over to the system, and those system will fed by it's a subsidized by government. Government operate calf rearing units. So they operate calf rearing units. So after 3 months, again they will 3 to 5 months time they will return to the. I think they will charge a little bit from the farmer, but they will keep the calf rearing part, because otherwise, this was actually there's some FAO funded project. They tried, but that was some successful story. But I experienced in some African countries. So I don't know how it works to Sri Lanka, but I think if it is a critical situation, so people anyhow they don't want to do the practice. So we have to adapt something like that. I am not in same model, but we have to something, because Sri Lanka is having calf rearing subsidized program in DAPH. Only thing what we have to do is that there is a small extension for that project and put into the do something small. I think maybe a couple of million project, maybe less than 50 million project per annually. So it is easily done rather than how much we wasting for these various projects. So it is easily done for this country. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
Yeah, now I may add one thing now, even a developed country like Japan, on my way back from California to Sri Lanka, I had a 1 month stay in Hokkaido with my cousin brother there. And they buy the heifers from the dairy farmers. They could manage them, but the state get the heifers, young calves. The state look after in a place called Naitai Valley until they reach the breeding age, and people have to pay money and buy your heifer back. So they collectively maintain the heifers, giving the best management practices, grow them faster, and maybe they breed them, conceive them, and give it back to the farmers. So that is kind of a centralizing, fine-tuning the effort. But Professor Janak, can you remember, we were involved in an International Labour Organization, ILO video. Professional team did. So they were comparing traditional farmers and young farmers, dairy farmers in the coconut triangle, booming, buying a motorcycle, machine milking, chaff cutters, and so on. So they were initially showing a traditional farmer. He's saying, the young man asked, why, uncle, you cannot change and be like us? So he's saying, I am not doing this to reach the stars and the moons. I just cut and give whatever is accessible. The cow will be giving something in return. And I am not very ambitious. So actually, we cannot make all the farmers, dairy farmers, to think alike. There will be easygoing ones. There are different people in the world. Some are very serious. Some are marginal or mediocre. So there is no need to get every farmer like you are drilling the young soldiers and doing dairy farmers. Select the best ones, pool the resources, let them come up. Because it's not easy to change people. So that's my view. We should give an attempt, but let them also produce milk in the under extensive system. Because it is the cheapest. Every drop is a profit. You need a bucket only. Yes. So otherwise, if you train the farmers, economic framework should be understood. Input should be covered by the output. Because in that similar to a project, one farmer, we suggested this is the way to feed, this is the way to feed. He calculated while standing how much is silage, and he showed us it's not going to work out. Anyway, he dropped out of the project because he sold his entire good herd due to a commitment. So anyway, I stopped. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. And I should thank everyone. I think we don't have much time left, so that we have to wind up the session. With that, I would really, we have few things happening, a lot of thanks and things. Before that, I will thank the panel members, most distinguished panel members. I think it was a really wonderful session, and your interesting speech actually led to a very mind-opening and insightful dialogue. And I really thank Dr. Senakaranadira, even he's not here now, and Dr. Himali Tharangani, Mr. Saman Chandrajit Pereira, Professor Sumit Magamage, and Professor Janak Vidanarachi, and also Dr. Sadia, who has finally joined with us to share his thoughts. Thank you very much, everyone. It was really wonderful, and I sincerely appreciate your sacrificing your time to attend this program. Thank you very much. And I would like to hand over the forum to the comparing team. Thank you.
Since we have exceeded the due time for the panel discussion, and now we will now take the session forward. We take this opportunity to thank the distinguished resource persons for their valuable time and Dr. Dejani Mudarnayaka for chairing the event. It is now high time that we announce and appreciate the extraordinary efforts of the winners of the logo competition held with the aim of boosting the creative thinking of department undergraduates and designating an official logo for the Dairy Forum of Uvelasa University.
The creative work of all participants is greatly appreciated and shall therefore be offered a letter for their most valued participation in the event. Out of around 30 logo designs that competed for the win, logo design submitted by WGIT Gunatilaka, final year undergraduate of the Aquatic Resources Technology degree program, yes, beg your pardon for the mistake. And the logo designs submitted by WGIT Gunatilaka, final year undergraduate of the Aquatic Resources Technology degree program, and DE Disanayaka, final year undergraduate of the Animal Science degree program, was highly commended and awarded a certificate.
Logo design number 2 of DE Disanayaka placed third in the logo competition, while MS Malaka, final year undergraduate of the Animal Science degree program, placed second. The level of creativity you have shown is greatly admirable and appreciated by the award of this certificate.
And the winner of the logo competition of Dairy Forum 2021 is YKSE Biativella, second year undergraduate of the Aquatic Resources Technology degree program. The winner is awarded with a cash prize of 5,000 rupees and a certificate in appreciation of your great work. Congratulations. We thank you for creating the logo that will represent all dairy forums set for the future.
We have now come to the end of today's proceedings. I'm privileged to invite Dr. Nishani Abesinghe, Coordinator of Dairy Forum 2021 and Senior Lecturer, Department of Animal Science, to make the closing remarks and deliver the vote of thanks.
Speakers, valued invitees from industries, government institutes, and non-government organizations, deans of the faculties, heads of the department, professors, senior lecturers, my dear students, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor and privilege for me to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion of Dairy Forum 2021. I, on behalf of the organizing committee of the Dairy Forum 2021, would like to extend hearty gratitude to the guest speakers for sharing their knowledge and experiences with us today. Dr. Senaka Ranadira, Senior Lecturer, the University of Melbourne, Australia. Mr. Saman Pereira, Head Local Dairy Development, Contra Brands Lanka Private Limited. Professor Manjula P.S. Mahagamage, Chairman, National Livestock Development Board. Professor Janak K. Vidanarachi, Professor, Department of Animal Science, University of Peradeniya, and Dr. R.M.S. Tharangani, Senior Lecturer, Department of Animal Science, Uvelasa University. Without your presence, Sir, Madam, we would not be able to have a fruitful Dairy Forum 2021. Further, we are grateful to our Vice Chancellor, Professor Jayantara Ratnasekara, for his continued guidance and assistance. I may like to express our sincere thanks to Professor Saman K. Herat, Dean, Faculty of Animal Science and Expert Agriculture, and Dr. Deshani Mudannayaka, Head Department of Animal Science, Uvellasa University, for their valuable guidance and motivation to make this event a reality today. Then I would like to record my deep sense of appreciation to all our academic staff members of the Department of Animal Science and the academic staff from other faculties of UWU for their continuous support. Well, ladies and gentlemen, an event like this cannot happen overnight. A big thank to the organizing committee of the Dairy Forum 2021, that is Ms. Anta Begunawardena, Ms. Charita Dias, Dr. Maheshika Skulukurasuriya, Dr. R.M.H. Tarangani, and all the temporary staff members of the department for their enormous cooperation in the organization of this event. And we also would like to acknowledge the financial support for Dairy Forum 2021 provided by ELTA LC Ahead Development Project, Department of Animal Science. Thank you, Professor Ruan Ranasinghe, Director OTS Ahead World Bank Project and his team, and Mr. NPP Lianage, Project Coordinator of ELTA LC Ahead Development Project of Department of Animal Science, and project team for your generous assistance. My special thank goes to Professor Ruan Ranasinghe, Head Department of Tourism Studies, for their generous support for us to use Zoom large meeting package which purchased for themselves. I must also thank Ms. SDHS Vikramaratne, Head Computer Science and Informatics, for permitting us to use the main computer laboratory, and Ms. Tisara Pereira for arranging the logistics. And we also would like to acknowledge the audio-visual unit of Uvellasa University for the audio-visual arrangement, and Mr. Vidhu Bovala for the assistance. I must thank the administrative and non-academic staff members of their assistance given during the arrangement of the event. My special thank also go to the Society of Animal Science, Uvellasa University, for their cooperation to host the logo competition of the Dairy Forum and for all the beautiful graphic designs and the helping hands. We are happy to have a team of hardworking and dedicated students which made this event a success. Thank you again for your generous contribution. We have been fortunate to have a renowned identity from the academics and undergraduates from different universities in Sri Lanka, and including Dr. Salia Selva, who finally joined with us today, the industry, government institutes, non-government organizations, UWU alumni, and other enthusiasts. I'm very thankful to the entire participants of this forum. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you for being with us today, and it has been a great pleasure. Thank you very much. Have a pleasant evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for your sincere words and your unwavering efforts to bring the first ever Dairy Forum of Uvellasa University to a remarkable and successful end.
On leaving the session, you will be automatically directed to an online survey that will be important for the issue of e-certificates. Kindly take a few seconds of your time to fill the essentials. And yes, Rasika, this well-rounded discussion has undoubtedly provided us with insights that pose the potential of achieving a continuous and sustainable growth within the dairy sector of Sri Lanka. As stakeholders lodged in different levels of the dairy community, we are obliged with the responsibility of applying today's recommendations to the best of the industry and strive to adopt innovative measures that ensure economic and social well-being on national as well as global scale. Wishing you all a wonderful week and a safe time home. Thank you.